Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Sushil sir. Rajesh sir, shall I start
Good morning.
the session? Hello, sir. Hello. Good to see you on this platform.
Yes, ma'am.
Respected chief guest, honorable dignitaries, esteemed speakers, session expert, researchers, and participants, a pleasant morning, a pleasant afternoon, a pleasant evening to everyone present here across the globe. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the day one of the 2 days International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research in Education, Equality, Employment, Entrepreneurship, Business, and Sustainable Economic Development. I, Assistant Professor Swarup Wagmare, Coordinator of the conference from Dr. D.Y. Patil Law College, Pune, Maharashtra, India, and member of SSMWA, extend my heartfelt greetings to all distinguished academicians, scholars, professionals, and participants joining us today. This prestigious international conference is being organized in collaboration with Arrows Research Consultancy Limited, Auckland, New Zealand, Social Science and Management Welfare Association, CEL International, Open University of Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Development, New Zealand, Global Forum for Peace and Development. This conference aims to provide a vibrant platform for intellectual dialogue, exchange of innovative ideas, collaborative research, and meaningful academic discussions on contemporary global challenges and sustainable development. Today, we are privileged to have eminent speakers from various countries sharing their valuable insights and expertise with us. I extend a special welcome to convener of conference, Dr. Bless Merica Ramos, International Head, Women, SSMWA, Department of Education, Philippines, President of Conference, Professor Dr. Sigam L. Kapafi, Vice Chancellor, Open University of Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Development, New Zealand, Chief Guest and Speaker, Professor H.D. Karunaratne, former Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, Chief Guest and Speaker, Dr. Manula Dan, Vice Chancellor, Vision of Excellence International University. Keynote speaker, Professor Rania Lampova, Greek Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs, Greece. Speaker, Dr. Didik Widiono, Founder, Social Studies, Teacher, Indonesia Forum. Dr. Mutman Maina, Session Expert from Universitas AI, Assyria, Mandar, Indonesia. Your gracious presence and scholarly contributions will enrich this conference. I sincerely thank all organizing members, collaborators, presenters, and participants for their dedication and enthusiastic participation. I am confident that this conference will inspire innovative thinking, interdisciplinary collaboration, and meaningful academic networking among all participants. Once again, I welcome you all, wish everyone a highly productive and enriching conference experience. Thank you. Now, may I our first speaker of today's session, our convener of conference, Dr. Bless Merica. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wagmare. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you're audible.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, and of course, our organizers of this event, good afternoon or good morning, wherever you are in the world. Okay, so today let us explore the profound interconnection between three fundamental pillars of our society, which are education, business, and equality. Okay, so these elements are not isolated. Rather, they form a dynamic triangle that shapes the fabric of our future. So embracing a multidisciplinary approach allows us to understand and address the complex challenges of their intersection. Okay, so let us talk about education first. Okay, so when we talk about education, this is the cornerstone of personal growth, societal development, and of course, economic progress. It empowers individuals with knowledge, critical thinking, let us just say critical thinking skills, and the confidence to participate fully in society. So when education is accessible and equitable, it becomes a powerful tool to bridge social divides, foster inclusion, and promote social mobility. However, disparities in educational access and quality persist globally and locally. Addressing these disparities requires insights from sociology, policy studies, technology, and of course, even psychology. So all disciplines that can inform innovative solutions such as digital learning platforms, inclusive curricula, and community engagement strategies. In business, it drives
बंद कर दे
innovation,
नहीं चल रहा बेटा
creates
खराब हो गया
employment, and
खराब हो गया
of course, fuels economic growth. Yet, the role of business has evolved beyond profit making to encompass corporate social responsibility, sustainability, and social impact. So, companies that prioritize diversity and inclusion are not only aligning with ethical imperatives, but also enhancing their competitiveness in a globalized market. So, multidisciplinary research can help identify how business practices influence social structures and vice versa. For example, understanding consumer behavior through psychology and economics informs corporate strategies for inclusive marketing. Similarly, studying organizational behavior and leadership through management sciences can foster workplace environments that promote equality and diversity. So when we talk about egalitarian principles, these are also essential for just society. Achieving equality involves dismantling systemic barriers, be they rooted in race, gender, socioeconomic status, or any other factors. Education and business are both critical arenas where inequality manifests and can be challenged. Research from fields like sociology, law, and public policy can help identify the root causes of inequality and develop effective interventions. For instance, creative, equitable hiring practices in business or designing inclusive educational policies requires an understanding of social dynamics and legal frameworks. So integrating these domains through multidisciplinary research enables the development of comprehensive solutions. So for example, when we are talking about educational research, it can design curricula that promote social cohesion and cultural understanding, which in turn influence business practices towards more inclusive workplaces. In terms of business analytics, it can also identify gaps in opportunity for marginalized communities, informing educational initiatives aimed at closing skills gaps. So policy research can establish frameworks that incentivize businesses to invest in equitable education and community development. This interconnectedness approach fosters innovation that is socially responsible and sustainable. So, in an era marked by rapid technology change and global interconnectedness, siloed approaches are insufficient. Challenges such as economic inequality, social unrest, and technological disruption require collaborative efforts across disciplines. Multidisciplinary research empowers us to develop nuanced insights and effective strategies. Furthermore, fostering partnerships between academia, industry, and including the government can accelerate the implementation of these solutions. Okay, so for instance, industry-led apprenticeships paired with educational reforms can create pathways for marginalized groups into sustainable careers. So as we pursue multidisciplinary research, we must also grapple for ethical considerations like, let us just say, data privacy, cultural sensitivities, and the potential for unintended consequences. So ethical frameworks rooted in philosophy and law should guide our research and applications. So looking ahead, emerging fields like artificial intelligence or the AI, including data science and social innovation, offer new opportunities to address inequality through innovative business models and educational technologies. Interdisciplinary collaboration will be essential to harness these opportunities responsibly and effectively. So, in conclusion, let us commit to fostering interdisciplinary research that bridges education, business, and equality, because together we can cultivate a future where education empowers all businesses, serve society ethically, and equality becomes the norm rather than the exception. Only through such integrated efforts can we realize the full potential of human ingenuity and build a more just and prosperous world. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this insightful speech that you've given us. I think we have tried to collaborate everything which is the theme of our today's conference. So understanding education, business, economy, and incorporating it into the multidisciplinary research is the need of the hour. So I think this opening speech itself stands as a foundation of our 2 days conference. So thank you so much for guiding us. Now our next speaker, guest speaker, I call upon Dr. Kafafi ma'am. So ma'am, over to you.
Thank you
Are you
very,
there,
very
ma'am?
much. Thank you very, very much, Swaroop, and thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Kia ora from New Zealand, Aotearoa, the land of the long white cloud. Pleasure to be with you guys. Thank you very much for the organization of the conference. Thank you for all attendees, and thanks for everybody who is participating in this wonderful multidisciplinary research conference. Thanks for the previous speaker and how she tied up all the different disciplines with each other. Today, the topic that I've chose to talk to you about is to do with how to cultivate entrepreneurial mindsets in education, because I believe, as my previous speaker, that education is the core of everything. It's how we are going to prepare our future leaders for this uncertain economies and what's happening in the world right now. So in this presentation, I am going to be discussing the importance of cultivating entrepreneurial mindsets within education, and particularly, as I mentioned, to prepare future leaders to navigate this increasingly uncertain and complex economic environment. That work is actually drawn from both research and also my professional experience across education and also organizational contexts. So I would like to first start by providing you a framework for the global context, as we are currently right now living in a time of significant global transformation. So the economic systems are becoming volatile. They are influencing this rapid technology and advancements like artificial intelligence, automation, and digital transformation. Also, at the same time, the traditional career pathways are no longer linear or actually predictable. There's a lot of research talking about future of work, as we all know. Also, many individuals like me and you and everybody, we are changing careers multiple times through our lives. And this raises an important question that we have to ask ourselves. So, is our education system adequately preparing the learners for these new realities? Let's look at what is the core problem here. So despite all these changes, many education systems still until now continue to operate on traditional ways. So there is still a strong focus on the knowledge acquisition, standardized assessments. We live it day in and day out, and also a subject-specific expertise. Okay. But what we are really missing is the skills that is required for those future leaders to navigate the uncertainty of this economic volatility, such as adaptability, creativity, and critical thinking. So as a result, there's a growing gap between what learners are taught and what they actually need to practice in the real world. So my study concentrates on how are we going to explore education and its role to play an active role in preparing learners for this uncertain future, and specifically examine the concepts of entrepreneurial mindset and how it can be embedded in the education system. So our goal here is actually to prepare learners for to be future ready employees, also to have the capabilities that is required and needed for leadership and innovation. So let us start by defining what is an entrepreneurial mindset. It is often misunderstood. It is not simply starting a new business. It's actually more a way of thinking. It is focusing on recognizing opportunities, solving problems, being creative, taking initiative, being proactive, not reactive. So there are several key attributes that are associated with the concept of entrepreneurial mindset, or let us say entrepreneurial thinking. First, creativity. It allows individuals to generate new ideas. Resilience, it helps them to recover from setbacks. Initiative, it drives action without waiting for direction. Of course, adaptability, it enables flexibility in changing environments, and critical thinking, which support informed decision making. If we take all those attributes, they are so powerful foundation for both personal and professional success. So linking these attributes to leadership in such an uncertain environment, leaders must be able to make decisions. In order to be really well informed, to have good, adequate decisions, they need to think strategically, innovatively, and support what is happening, the change in this world. So an entrepreneurial mindset would support that. It would help them to be ready for the future. Also, we need to talk about what are the limitations of this traditional education. So this education, while this approaches can be very good and of value, but still they are limited in creativity, and they are actually discouraging independent thinking. So in some of the cases, the learners become focused on finding what is the right answer. And I believe that all of us see that in our students in the class. They're focused on that instead of exploring what are other possibilities. So as we can see, the traditional education restricts the ability to think innovatively and respond to the real world challenges. Accordingly, there is a great need for transformation. So instead of teaching learners what to think, we need to teach them how to think. Instead of focusing on the content, we need to develop their capabilities. We need to support them and help them and emphasize on collaboration and shared problem solving. So I would like to share with you a couple of examples, techniques, let us say, or strategies. The first one is experiential learning. That plays a crucial role in this transformation because it involves learning through experience, through doing and reflecting. For example, the use of project-based learning, simulations, and community engagement. So that would help the learners to apply the knowledge in the real world context. Another example is the problem-based learning, which is another powerful approach. So here the learners engage with real-life challenges and work collaboratively to find solutions. So in this way, it's encouraging them with inquiry, critical thinking, and independence, and also building their confidence. We should not also forget our role as educators. So that would help us also. We need to shift, we need to transform and change. So instead of simply delivering content, we should become facilitators, create environments where those learners feel safe, feel the capability to experiment, to ask questions, and to even fail. So that kind of environment will be very essential for developing entrepreneurial thinking. So we look at all of these things, and we need to prepare our students for future of work. So we need to evolve rapidly. As I mentioned earlier, there are many jobs that are getting obsolete nowadays. They may not be existing in the future. There will be emerging new roles. So we need to prepare those future leaders through this gig economy, remote working. So that means we must prepare them to adapt continuously. So why am I emphasizing and talking about entrepreneurial mindset matters? In this context, the entrepreneurial mindset becomes really crucial and essential because it enables individuals to see those opportunities in uncertainty rather than obstacles. So it's supporting innovation, it is supporting adaptability, which is really critical for both employability and leadership at the same time. So we need to prepare them also for lifelong learning. So as we can see, learning is no longer something that ends with formal education. Individuals must continue to develop their skills and knowledge throughout their lives. I always, in my first class, I start with my students by telling them, I'm going to keep learning until my last breath in this world. So in order to do that, this requires a shift in our minds from a dependency on institutions to actually ownership of our own learning. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to embed these things. There is also practical application. We need to embed the entrepreneurial thinking in our curriculum design and also in our teaching methods. We need to involve creating opportunities for interdisciplinary learning and collaboration with industry. And that conference that we're having today, interdisciplinary research, is a very important groundwork for such approach. We need to also advocate for reflection and feedback because it's an integral part of our learning process. So institutions also should play a great role in enabling this transformation. They must create the environment that supports innovation and flexibility. And that means they should be investing in the development of their educators and also to build stronger partnerships with industries. So based on this research, I would like to have the key recommendations: integrating entrepreneurial thinking across disciplines, promoting experiential learning, and supporting educators. It's very important to create the environment where innovation is encouraged and failure is seen as part of learning. So my key takeaway here is that entrepreneurial mindset is no longer optional. It is actually essential. So in conclusion, education must evolve to meet the demands of this changing world. By cultivating entrepreneurial mindset, we can bridge the gap between knowledge and action. And this is how we are preparing our future leaders for that uncertain economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This is like really a power-packed presidential address. Every time it's a pleasure listening to you. The aura that you carry, the grace that you have, and the kind of connectivity with the subject, it's like speechless. And it just touches the heart, it just inspires the research And very importantly, like every time we talk about the entrepreneurial skills and how we should inculcate it in our education system. So now we have NEP 2020. So we are also talking of experiential learning. So going beyond books, going beyond classrooms, and actually understanding as teachers, our role has changed now. It's more like a facilitator, and which you really well highlighted in your plan feedback. I completely agree with you. So thank you so much for giving us a vision for further research. And I think this presidential address is really a power-packed address. And I think this is going to inspire the research ahead. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm humbled by your kind words. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you. Now, our next speaker, chief guest for today's session, Professor H.D. Karunaratne sir. Sir, are you there? H.D. Karunaratne sir?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah.
So over to you. Welcome to the session.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for distinguished audience. Today I'm speaking from University of Tokyo. I have shifted from Colombo to Tokyo, so another 1 year I'll be as a sabbatical invited professor in the University of Tokyo. I'm calling from the University of Tokyo. So it is delighted to work with you and see the participating this special conference on multidisciplinary studies. Particularly, we know in today's world, we all are connected each other. So we need more multidisciplinary studies, education, employment, equality, entrepreneurship, and businesses. These are very, very important areas where we need to link together. So then we want to learn more on the connectivity. So one of these areas where I found the connectivity is coming from the kind of economic, business, and interrelated area is called the immigrant entrepreneurship. So I'm dealing with the South Asian immigrants in Japan these days. So it's very interesting topic because education included, because you know when any person going into other country, he or she must learn the language, system, culture, ethnicity, all these. So therefore, I hope that you can scroll down. Yeah, okay. So the important thing that you can see, the people migrating today, if you see the last year, over 300 million of people are away from their country. They are working, they are doing business, they are doing many other work in their country. So that, of course, why I selected throughout last 20 years, I have been engaging in research in immigrant entrepreneurship. Particularly Japan and South Asian connection is very important because you know Japan is one of the first developed country in the Asia. And they are linked with all the South Asian 7 countries, the India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, all these countries via official development assistance, infrastructure development, human resource exchange, and the regional challenges. So because of that, this interconnectivity provide a platform to human exchange. Scroll down. So that you can see how the South Asians in Japan. So there are many South Asians migrating to Japan. Now you can see the largest number from the go up, the largest number from the Nepal, and then Sri Lanka, then India. Can you go up one slide? Can you go up? Yeah, up, not the down. Yeah. But yeah, that you can see the numbers where how it is growing. Where that you can see more than 273,000 Nepalese in in Japan, and more than 55,000 Indians are in Japan, and 79,000 Sri Lankans, and 18,000 Pakistanis, and 17,000 Bangladesh. So there are many South Asians now in Japan. So they have started businesses. So that is one of the important thing linking after having higher education in our mother countries and having a good language education. And particularly Japan is a place where you need to practice Japanese language as well. So can you go down? Why these immigrants become a very important thing? Can you go down one slide? You can see because of supply side factors and demand side factors, people are going into other countries, particularly student visas, and there are some specific skill type of workers, and the promotion of professional migration and business visa. Same as the advanced countries are suffering a biggest issue, the population aging, and of course the lack of children, and of course the issue coming for the labor market is shortage of labor. So therefore the South Asia provide better place for migration, because the largest population in South Asia now, India is the largest populated country, and people work in the global workplace, not in their home country alone. So therefore, I hope that this connectivity is there. If you go down, you can see the importance of immigrant entrepreneurship, because even if you consider the Fortune 500 companies, out of which the substantial number of Fortune 500 companies, the best 500 companies in the world, the largest number is produced by the migrant people going from one country to another country. So their economic impact, even in US economy, other economy, is significant. So that who is immigrant entrepreneur? Immigrant entrepreneur identify, create, and exploit economic opportunities. I think my presentation is going with the former two presentations. I should thank for those two professors presenting the background for me, actually, because that you can see opportunity recognition, the exploitation of opportunities, and the new ventures all are together. So entrepreneurship practicing in particularly in advanced countries, coming from the developing country with a different legal system, different education system, and business success in this country is a remarkable achievement. So that is why I got impression to do research on ethnic entrepreneurship or immigrant entrepreneurship in Japan. So that you can see South Asian migrant entrepreneurship in Japan has steadily grown and diversified into different areas, and leverage ethnic network in Japan and marketplaces. These entrepreneurs are often transition mainly from the low skill labor country and the ethnic entrepreneurship, and then gradually shifting to high skill and the frontier industries also, particularly students who are migrating nowadays. Now we know in each and every country, the students are always willing to migrate to another country for their higher education. So after their higher education, they can easily start businesses in advanced countries because the environment is favorable for startups. So therefore, this immigrant entrepreneurship is becoming a very important idea, very important work. Can you go down? Of course, that we know the country like Japan has been suffering with the labor shortage because in 1970s they achieved the full employment. So after that, because of large number of people are aging, and as a result, they migrated to they give opportunities for migrants. Then we know the migrants, when they come to this country, they have to learn Japanese language. They have to learn the of course legal system. They have to learn the other entrepreneurial access and provide the network. So therefore, I believe that this topic is well sounded, and key nationalities in Japan, if you see that from the South Asian, Nepalese population is the third, the foreign population in Japan, and there is a remarkable growth of Nepalese people in Japan. So particularly that you can see Nepali people are concentrated on ethnic niche markets, the restaurants and ethnic trap risks, and the oversaturation in some low wages areas, agricultural activities, and other sectors, including customer services, nursing care, IT, and recruitment agencies like lead in the Japan. So that you can see this is one community where that they have, of course, 273,000 Nepalese in Japan, and they do a lot of activities. Students and business people, they support particularly over 3,000 Nepali Indian restaurants in Japan. And the next is Sri Lankan. The second is the Sri Lankan. You can see Sri Lankan immigrant entrepreneurs, about 79,000 Sri Lankans are there, but entrepreneurs are also within that. There is a subgroup, so that the people are migrating to education, and then they are moving to start businesses, and primary sectors like importing and exporting vehicles, recruitment agencies, IT and software, language academics and the academias, healthcare, ICT. These are the areas where the Sri Lankan migrants are also moving. And then you can move into Indian, the next slide, where the Indian migrants in Japan is playing a crucial role in IT industry, engineering, and various parts of the island. So you can see this importance of the ethnicity and the migration to other. And not only that, even Bangladeshi, even Pakistani immigrants are playing a crucial role, particularly second-hand vehicle market. Pakistani traders are very efficient and doing well. So I believe that putting into this interdisciplinary action, because whenever any migrant group going to another country, they are becoming minority. With the minority, how they face the challenge of education, how they face the challenge of employment opportunities, starting businesses, and particularly the equality, because everyone willing to get the same treatments, but in a different place, different country, you have to be tolerate, and you have to learn the systems and all these things. And top of that, the most important thing, the connectivity, which means the networking. Social networking, cultural networking, and there are various actions. Can you go to the last one? Last slide. Can you go into the last one, if possible? Yeah, other things I will extend. Can you go to the last one? Yeah, that you can go to the last one. You can find basically the immigrant entrepreneurship is one of the most important interconnected things what we are talking today. For example, education, that those who educated people migrate today because of the global high salaries and high opportunities. The second, of course, the employment opportunities that, particularly South Asian countries getting significant amount of remittances. So this is the framework where I propose to study the immigrant entrepreneurship. Success factors of South Asian immigrant entrepreneurs in Japan. You can see, particularly I see the success through their age of businesses, how many years they have done business. I started doing the research on immigrant entrepreneurship in 2006. So 2006, I conducted survey in Japan, covering 100 Sri Lankan business entrepreneurs. In 2016, after 10 years, I did another survey, and 2026, I'm doing this year another survey. So this longitudinally, we can see the age of the immigrant business, how they are surviving And of course, operational diversities, where which part of India they have come, which part of Sri Lanka they have come, which part they are in Japan, and what are their business opportunities, which countries they are exporting and importing. They are internationalized and they are going all over the world. There are exports and imports. Used vehicle business, if you see, the Sri Lankans, Pakistanis, and Bangladesh, they export sometimes more than 80 countries used vehicle from Japan. So that is interconnectedness, and the profitability also very important. Very impressive businesses are there. So there are many things I'm proposing to do this area. So today I selected this topic because it's kind of an eye opener, where how we interdisciplinary think. It is actually my training. By training, I'm an economist, but I work in a business faculty. Business economics is my area, and particularly education, employment, businesses, and all these are relevant to entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship, today's world, one of the important part of the entrepreneurship is called immigrant entrepreneurship. And sometimes you call ethnic businesses, sometimes you call necessity entrepreneurs, sometimes you call opportunity driven entrepreneurs. So therefore, this is one of the important areas we can connect each other. I have seen that there are immigrant Indian businesses in Sri Lanka, immigrant Chinese businesses in Sri Lanka. All over the world now, no ethnicity, but when people cross the boundaries, there are connectivity is essential. So therefore, multidisciplinary nature of research is essential to understand this kind of problem, this kind of issues, this kind of challenges in future. Today, thank you very much for giving this opportunity to express my views on this interdisciplinary area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always an inspiration listening to you. It's always a lot of encouragement in research, and it's very important to understand. Even in now, we are talking of multidisciplinary research, we are talking of interdisciplinary research. Mostly people are engaged in qualitative research, but such researches actually add to the piece of knowledge. It takes a lot of time. The longitudinal research which you have done since 2006, it actually tells the fluctuations, the development, the growth in immigrant entrepreneurship over these years. So I think it's an inspiration for all of us to understand that grounded research is also very much necessary. It is time consuming, definitely, but it gives us certain ground realities. So thank you so much for this inspirational session.
Thank you. Thank you very
Listening
much
to you.
for allowing this. Exactly.
Now I call upon our next guest speaker, Dr. Manula Dan. Ma'am, are you there in the session? Yes. So, yes.
Yes.
Welcome to the session, ma'am.
Thank you.
And
I'm
it's
all
over
time
to
in
you.
travel, and thank you. Good afternoon, good day, the distinguished guests, professor, researcher, diplomats, all the participants, and thank you for. I'm truly happy for participating this of the people around the world. Yes. This international conference dedicated about education, equity, and entrepreneurship, business, and sustainability, economic development, a topic very, very important today. And I think this topic, it's not only academic, not have only academic priority. I think it's starting with human and make pillars of the futures of the humanity. Because I think all times we're talking about academic way, but sometimes give up, don't forget the different things of the us, humanity. Today we live in the world of transformation, rapid technology involve us faster and everything. And I think it's necessarily all times cooperation, collaboration. And this it's adaptability necessary. I think it's about, I have one vision about necessarily adaptment responsibility and try human value, because sometimes we give up about this. Equality, it must remain in the center of development. Sustainability, futures cannot exist, say it's not reserved only us, only a few things. Real progress happens when innovation recircle its community. It's people young and are empowered of the futures, I think. Decision is opportunity of everybody. That leader, it's very important because create the futures. As we discuss multidisciplinary research today, we're talking about everything with all, with cooperation, the great strength, science, diplomacy, education, to artificial intelligence. It's must stay together, work all together, not separately, because create a resident of the society between the futures and for the next generation. I strongly believe that conference, your conference, thank you for this invitation. I feel very glad. It is a more than academic event. I think it's necessarily coming of the heart of the people. And this platform, it creates a dialogue, because today I think is missing dialogue and empathy. Hope the international partnership. All today it's about business, academic, and different, but not only business. Some people it's good for business. Some people don't have this attachment about this. I think it's complicated today. Phil, thank you for organizations, for the speaker of the New Zealand, for the all participants, brings a vision together, online and across the world. I'm completely agree with my colleagues of the New Zealand, Dr. Shiham. But I think it's necessarily working together with heart of the people, with stay inside of the people more. Let's continue, inspired, innovate, and this social association, what you invite me, thank you again. And I think it's necessarily continued and led with the purpose. Thank you for all. But I'm all times in the movement. Thank you for everybody. Good day, and see you next time. Thank you for all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your really inspirational speech, where you have highlighted the micro pillars of academics and a very important aspect which is necessary in today's world, where we are going through transformation. There's a lot of digital divide that is taking place, and a very important aspect of humanity, which you have highlighted. So as a researcher, I think as social scientists, as part of the society, it's a genuine responsibility of all of us to deal with these issues, understand it through our research, and give certain suggestions. Because a very important aspect where you said about development. So whenever we talk of development, there's always a question of whether it is done on the basis of equality, equity, or it's just the development at the cost of underdevelopment. So going through the innovations, I think as human beings, we are more responsible towards our society and other human beings. So thank you so much, ma'am, for this inspirational speech. Now we move on to our next speaker, the keynote speaker for the day, Professor Rania Lampowa, ma'am. Are you there, ma'am? Rania Lampowa?
Yes, I'm here.
Over to you. Welcome to the session.
Yes, thank you so much. One greetings from Greece, all distinguished dignitaries here, respected researchers, esteemed educators, and dear participants from across the globe. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be invited here, and I would like to extend my hearty congratulations to all organizers of this very enriching conference. And of course, I would like to thank you, especially thank Dr. Brajesh Kumar for the kind invitation. So my topic today will focus on business sustainability, risks and challenges of the AI deployment. Why I chose this topic? Because we're facing now the biggest, I think, energy crisis worldwide because of the war. So I want to focus on how actually AI can be sustainable. Because beneath the remarkable progress of AI lies a critical and often overlooked dimension, a topic which is very interesting for researchers or scholars today to explore more. The sustainability implications of AI rapid expansion. In other words, the AI's environmental footprint. So as AI business scale, pressing questions come to the forefront. Can AI development align with environmental responsibility? How can business meaningfully reduce the carbon footprint? What ecological price are we paying for technological progress? And how can we ensure that AI's benefits are achieved without compromising the planet? So this session, I'm going to share now a presentation. I think provides an opportunity to uncover the often unseen environmental costs of AI while focusing on practical pathways forward. As we're going to see through cleaner computing, more efficient data practices, more robust, sustainable AI governance, we have both the capability and the responsibility to shape a future where innovation and sustainability advance together. So I will start now sharing my presentation. I don't know if it's visible now.
Not yet, ma'am. It's not visible. Yes, it's visible.
No, it's moving also. It's moving.
Yes, it's
Yes,
moving.
okay, thank you. So I will talk about sustainability and sustainable development. This has to do with all these aspects. So first of all, if, for example, data centers now impact climate change, how does data centers impact climate change? We're going to see today. The economic sustainability, what industries benefit most from AI, what jobs, how does AI affect job loss, and the social sustainability, of course, how AI will help benefit society and humanity, all the ethical considerations like transparency, affordability, and responsibility, the technological sustainability, if AI is technically sustainable, political, of course, and legal regulatory frameworks, and the long-term global impact if finally AI will always benefit humanity, or if with AI we can achieve sustainable development goals. So we start with some shocking statistics. We show that data centers plus AI plus crypto together consume approximately 460 terawatt hours of electricity globally. And studies of the Stanford University AI Index report show that the latest AI models emit 250 more carbon than the average American annual output. Just think about every time you write a prompt or something to a query to ChatGPT, this consumes energy and water at the same time. So here, how hungry is AI is a study, very interesting, which shows that every time you write something, a single query, here you can see 0.43 watt hours, and the same happens also with water. So we could say that the environmental footprint of AI is equivalent to the average annual energy use of 120 homes, or is equivalent to around 3 transcontinental flights. And of course, as models become more sophisticated and more developed, we will have, of course, more energy consumption. So why so much energy? Because obviously training on hundreds of billions of tokens, this is an issue. Training involves millions or to billions of parameters updated over weeks or months. And redundancy, because training often includes multiple runs and experiments, increasing the energy use. So models are fine-tuned repeatedly for different tasks, and developers now what they're doing to try to run high-parameter searches, training the model many times with slight variation. What are the mitigation trends nowadays? What is happening in the business landscape and AI? We try to adopt more model efficiency improvements. So, for example, smaller, more powerful models like Distilbert, hardware advances, more efficient GPUs, TPUs, energy-saving chips, renewable energy use in data centers, and more shared models instead of retraining. Companies now release pre-trained models for reuse. So, of course, these factors affect energy consumption, retaining time, the power source, etc. And what was happening in the past, the traditional computing, we had low energy consumption, but now we have power-hungry models, which are, of course, more efficient per operation for AI tasks. So what we call a rebound effect, what we call AI sustainability factor or AI energy nexus. I don't know if you have heard about these terms. This means that while we try to adopt to optimize data center cooling, to manage smart grids, to improve logistics, to reduce energy waste. So we talk about in greener individual operations. On the other hand, we have a rising overall pressure, the surging demand, the shift from AI for energy. This was the initial goal, but now what is happening is energy for AI. Because AI helps efficiency, but the sheer volume of power needed for training and running models is now a primary driver for electricity demand growth. So what is happening? Generative AI queries are 10 times more energy intensive than traditional search on Google. Transportation, autonomous vehicles, and smart logistics can optimize routes, but their widespread adoption requires immense data processing. This is the paradox here. And the healthcare, AI, diagnostics, and drug discovery offers efficiency, but the infrastructure to support these processes adds to the overall carbon footprint. So the carbon footprint mentioned before, how we can reduce this through carbon-aware scheduling. This has to do with how we need to train when clean energy is available. More green energy power data centers, the model optimization, more transparency tools. And what about the carbon offsets? What is happening here? We try to switch to clean energy. This can cut emissions by 80 to 100% depending on grid mix and coverage. And carbon offsets are used when emissions can't be avoided. So companies, what they are doing, they offset their footprint by funding projects like reforestation, carbon capture and storage, all these amazing technologies. But what is happening here, this is a controversial issue because some are low quality, poorly monitored or temporary. So critics argue offsets that they often act as a license to pollute rather than drive real change. Regional electricity grids affect the carbon emissions of AI computing. What is happening here? You can see in Iceland, we have nearly 100% hydro-geothermal, the typical grid mix, and in China, it's a coal heavy. So this means that training the same model, this AI model in Norway versus China can lead to from 10 to 90% difference in carbon emissions for the same electricity usage. So the region is something which definitely directly affects the carbon emissions of AI computing because the carbon intensity of power varies dramatically depending on the energy mix used in a given region. Of course, the training location matters also. Decarbonizing here through how we can decarbonize with grid awareness, through carbon-aware training tools, using tools like Code Carbon, which are adopted by companies now, green cloud options, grid-aware load balancing, and geographic scheduling. Now, jobs when and where clean energy is available. The model design, very interesting. What are the trade-offs between model accuracy and environmental cost? A clear trade-off because as models become larger and more accurate, their computational demands and therefore energy consumption and carbon emissions rise disproportionately. So small gains in accuracy often require large increases in computation. What I want to say, give an example, well, if we want to improve the accuracy from 95% on a task, this may require 10 times more compute. So what are the optimization strategies? How we can try to balance this trade-off? The knowledge distillation, when smaller models trained now they're trained to mimic large models, reducing cost while retaining accuracy. The transfer learning, reusing pre-trained models, this saves massive energy over retraining from scratch. The model compression, which trims model size with minimal loss in accuracy, and official models like transformer, etc., which are used. So sustainable AI in business requires smart compromises where good enough performance is favored over perfect accuracy, especially for real-world and large-scale applications. Our researchers are optimizing model architectures now through the strategies I mentioned, quantization, adaptive computation, and neural architectural research for efficiency. About hardware, we have also these new innovations in this field also, because data centers contribute largely to environmental footprint, not only in terms of energy consumption, but also in terms of cooling requirements. Think about how servers generate a lot of heat, so data centers use extensive cooling systems like air conditioning, liquid cooling. Cooling can account up to 40 to 50% of total data center energy use, further increasing environmental impact. The carbon emissions, as before, the resource use, because building and maintaining data centers requires materials like the steel, concrete, and rare earth metals. So these materials have their own environmental costs from extraction, manufacturing, and transportation. So hardware innovations, use application-specific decorated circuits and all these things, amazing innovations here, advanced cooling, the power management, the edge AI chips which are used now in order to drive energy efficiency. Edge AI, which has pros and cons, on the other hand, cloud-based AI systems, and the question which is more sustainable, what we can say here, that Edge AI for single inference tasks with local data, it's more energy efficient, but for heavy training and complex inference, cloud systems are often more energy efficient overall due to optimized hardware and scale. So in terms of what we use now, here you can see Microsoft disclosed that training GPT-3 consumed about 700,000 liters of clean water. Google also reported, we talk about billions gallons of water. Meta the same. Of course, the key factors affecting water user have to do with the cooling method, the geography, the regions. So what alternatives are used now from companies? It's the air cooling, the water recycling and reuse, the locational strategies, the AI optimization, and workload management. So here, this has to do with how actually we can, we should try to reduce the excessive consumption of water. Now, electronic waste, the rapid demand for specialized AI hardware contributes to global waste, because now we talk about shorter life cycles of AI hardware, the difficulty of recycling AI chips, and this has environmental toll, of course. So the typical lifespan of AI, what's happening now, the trend is to optimize this, to create AI startups now, small extend the usage to 5+ years with cost of constraints. So the hardware is replaced frequently now through the performance leaps, energy efficiency, model complexity, but what we're trying to do is to rotate hardware every 2-3 years to stay competitive and to extend the usage set before to 5+ years. So in general, what practices can AI developers and tech companies adopt to reduce AI waste? They have to design for longevity. They have to focus on e-waste audits, inventory management. To be transparent, because there is a lack of transparency from companies. Companies that are not honest, they don't disclose their data. You won't find much data. This is that's why this presentation is very original. That's why I'm encouraging students and researchers to explore more on this. There is a lack of standardized metrics, a lack of transparency for obvious reasons. So companies need to embrace AI for sustainability, to try to advocate for right to repair and policy improvements. And this requires efficient model design, this requires efficient inference, life cycle management, energy-aware training, transparency, and reporting. Some tools and platforms sustainable AI use for companies, it's, for example, called Carbon, which tracks and uses the carbon dioxide emission during model training, the green algorithms, and deep speed, TensorFlow model, and many others, Climate Race, Microsoft Azure, etc. So many amazing possibilities that the companies can adopt. So, of course, above all, we need a stronger and more robust AI ethics framework for companies in order to promote business environmental responsibility, ensure social equity, foster long-term thinking, encourage cross-term sector collaboration. AI is used in all, of course, industries now, in the energy sector, smart grids, in transportation, with electric vehicle management, in manufacturing, with process optimization, agriculture, precision farming, buildings, smart buildings, and all these things. Examples of AI solutions for emission reduction, Google DeepMind, IBM, Green Horizons, etc. So this helps because we talk about real-time monitoring, predictive capabilities. So the question is, can AI contribute to solve climate change? I mentioned, this is a paradox here. On one hand, it's about an energy-intensive trained data center, so it harms actually the planet, but on the other hand, it helps fight climate change because it helps us with optimizing energy use, with climate modeling, carbon capture technologies. The problems, the risks arise when it's about unchecked AI development. When we have exponential energy demand, the resource depletion, the inequitable access to resources, the increased carbon emissions, and neglect of sustainability. So the broader impacts in all spheres of life, economic, social, regulatory. As I said before, when governments need to regulate the energy usage by leveling the playing field through public accountability, by promoting energy efficiency, by encouraging innovation, to build stronger data-specific policies, or general climate and energy regulations, more global AI ethics and sustainability frameworks. So transparency, I mentioned before, unfortunately, many companies are vague or silent about how much energy they consume or water they consume. And that's why academic and NGO pressure pushes for more transparent, sustainable development. We need researchers for this. So finally, before concluding, is continuous scaling of AI technically sustainable? I mentioned that it's becoming technically unsustainable if there are take consideration of hardware limit energy constraints. But on the other hand, we adopt strategies like the smaller specialized models, AGI, modular reuse, algorithmic efficiency, then we can gain, we can have positive aspects to gain. So, what I want to say is that we have seen many paradoxes here. I mentioned about the AI sustainability paradox, and what we need to do is to adopt the strategies that I mentioned before. Thank you very much for your invitation. And finally, that if we want to achieve green AI, sustainability must remain at the center of innovation, not as an afterthought. And the future of AI should not be just intelligent, but should be sustainable, ethical, and responsible. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this really informational presentation which you have shown all of us. It really shows the depth of research that you've done, and I think this is a very apt topic in the present world where we are all our lives. So whether we want to no, it's all AI driven. So I think this presentation actually helps us to understand the benefits of AI. At the same time, being a presentation which you have shared with all of us, really intellectual piece of knowledge. So thank you so much, ma'am. Now we move on to the next speaker of this session. Before we move to the next session, just understand that After the vote of thanks of this particular session, we will be moving on to the technical paper presentation session. So all the paper presenters are hereby requested to check the list which is put up on the group. So today's presentation will be from 101 to 140. 101 to 140. So all the paper presenters, please be ready with your presentation starting from 101. Now we move on to our next speaker, Dr. Didik Vidyono. Sir, are you there? Dr. Didik Vidyono.
Okay, thank you very much,
Welcome, sir.
Mrs.
Over to you.
Dear Prof. Rajesh Kumar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much for presenter. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present my topic entitled The Role of Rio Malay Culture Content in Ethnopedagogy, a Meta-Analytic Perspective. So, in this presentation, I will explain how Rio Malay culture value contribute to ethnopedagogy learning, the impact on students, as well as challenge on recommendations of implementation in education. So, education is not only about transferring knowledge, but also about developing culture and shaping student character. In today's globalization world, many young people are become less familiar with this our local culture. Therefore, integrating culture values into education becomes increasingly important. Human culture contains many valuable principles such as politeness, respect, religiosity, cooperation, and social harmony. These values are highly relevant to teacher, to character education. So this is where ethnopedagogy plays as an important role. Ethnopedagogy connects education with local wisdom and cultural identification, making learning more meaningful and contextual for students. The victim of this study is closely related to the challenge of globalization and cultural transformation. So as modernization developed rapidly, local tradition and cultural practice are gradually being forgotten by younger generation. Schools are expected to become institutions that not only teach academic knowledge but also preserve local identity and cultural heritage. Ethos Rio Mali cultural content has already been implemented in schools. Many studies show that the implementation is still not fully effective. Therefore, this meta-analysis was conducted to examine the effectiveness of the Rio Mali culture content in pedagogical learning and to identify supporting and inhibiting factors. This study has four main objectives. First, to analyze the relation between Rio Malay culture content and ethnicity. Second, to identify how the implementation of this culture content even learning effectives. Third, to expand to challenge facts in teaching local culture content. And final, to provide recommendation for improvement culture-based education in school. So ethnopedagogy is an educational approach to use local culture and indigenous knowledge as learning resource. This approach emphasizes contextual learning, meaning that students learn to experience and culture realities that are close to their daily lives. By integrating culture into education, learning becomes more engaging, relevant, and meaningful for students. Real cultural content or BMR includes various cultural elements such as language, literature, custom, arts, traditional values, pantun, gurindam, and Malay attitude. These cultural elements are not only historical heritage, but also contain education values. For example, pantun teaches creativity and politeness. Gurindam teaches morality and wisdom. Malay custom teaches respect, harmony, and social responsibility. Therefore, integrating these values into classroom learning can help students develop both academically and morally. The study used a meta-analysis method. The finding of the meta-analysis shows that the implementation of Rio Malay culture content significantly improves learning effectively. Students become more active and engaged, become the learning material are close related to the cultural environment. In addition, students gain a deeper understanding of their own cultural identity. Learning also becomes more contextual, interactive, and meaningful because students can directly connect lesson with real experience and local tradition. So this proves that culture-based learning can positively influence education outcome. The implementation of Rio Malay culture content provide impact in three major areas. First is the cognitive impact. Students understand learning material more easily because the example and context are familiar to them. Second is the effective impact. Students develop stronger cultural pride, respect for tradition, and positive character value. Third is the social impact. Students improve the social interaction, cooperation, and tolerance to the value embedded in Malay culture. So, ethnopedagogy support not only academic achievement, but also emotional and social development. Despite its benefit, the implementation of BMR teaching still faces several challenges. One major issue is the lack of curriculum synchronization between school and education policies. Another challenge is the shortage of competent teachers who deeply understand both pedagogy of real Malay culture. In addition, many schools still lack adequate facilities, learning media, and standard teaching material. Community participation is also sometimes limited, even though cultural education requires support from society and traditional institutions. This challenge needs serious attention for successful implementation. To implementation of ethnopedagogy, several supporting factors are necessary. First, competent teacher of essential. Teachers should not only master teaching studies but also understand cultural value deeply. Second, a standard this curriculum is needed to ensure consistency in teaching local contents. Number three, school need educate facilitation of, as a book, digital media, and cultural learning resources. Though finally, collaboration with traditional institutions and local communities is very important because culture cannot be separated from social itself. Strong cooperation among stakeholders will strengthen culture-based education. This study has several important areas for education. Number one, ethnopedagogy can become an effective strategy for preserving local culture and modern education. Number two, integrate local values into learning can strengthen character education and student culture identification. Number three, school can create more contextual and meaningful learning experience by connecting lesson with student culture background. For government and education institutions, this study highlight the importance of teacher training, curriculum development, and policy support for local culture education. In conclusion, Rio cultural content play a very important role in ethno-pedagogical learning. So the implementation of local cultural values significantly improve learning effectiveness, student cultural understanding, and classroom engagement. However, successful implementation, number one, competent teacher. Number two, synchronous curriculum. Number three, anti facilitators and strong community participant. Therefore, collaboration between school, government, traditional institution, and society is essential to preserve local culture of education. Thank you very much. Thanks to Mrs. Kronbach. Thanks to Prof. Rajesh. Thanks to for participant all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Thank you very much. Om Santi Santi Om Santi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful lecture.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining this conference. Dr. Didik Widiyono, sir, from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof.
Sharup, ma'am. Sharup, technical issue है. Okay, thank you very much. Next vote of thanks. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Guest, distinguished speakers, and dear participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt vote of thanks to all who have contributed to the success of this conference. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our Chief Guest and Guest of Honor for the valuable presence and inspiring words. I am also thankful to all the speakers and resource persons for sharing organizing committee for their tireless effort in making this event successful. I would also like to thank all the participants and presenters their active. Once again, thank you all speakers for today's session. Have a great day. Thank you very much, all speakers. For the next session, paper presentation session will be start 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, all participants, please check your serial number for paper presentation list. Today paper presentations, reference number 1 to 40. All presenters, please ready. If any, one by one reference.
Excuse me, sir. Rahman sir, speaker is on. Your speaker is on, sir.
Yeah, I'm present. Yeah, my speaker is on. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. Next session, paper presentation. Okay, I am ready for that. Okay, next session paper presentation start. And today's session, 3 best presentations award will be given. The most presentation, the selections by subject expert to the session. Dr. Muthu Menon, ma'am from Indonesia. Today, subject expert for paper presentations. To first serial number, Dr. MD Intika Rahman sir, Professor of Psychology, Bhupet Narayan, Mandal University, Bihar, India. Are you ready, sir? Now, please unmute, sir. Please unmute. Please unmute, sir.
I am ready. I'm prepared. I am ready
Yes,
to present my paper.
yes. Please start up. Maximum paper presentation time limit 5 minutes.
It will be 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. I will follow the timetable. Just first of all, good afternoon to all of you, participants, delegates, and respected guests. As myself, Muhammad Intakhabur Rahman, I am Professor of Psychology in Bhupet Narayan Mandal University, Madhepura, Bihar, India. The topic which I am going to present over here is AI's impact on human creativity and thinking, and analytical review. As we all are well aware that the rapid proliferation of generative artificial intelligence has sparked a critical debate regarding the influence on human cognition and creative output. This review, which I am going to present, analyzes the current psychological landscape of AI integration, examining how these tools affect divergent thinking, problem solving, and memory retention. Evidence suggests that cognitive paradox, while AI significantly enhances productivity and semantic flexibility, it simultaneously risks eroding critical thinking and active recall through excessive cognitive overloading. The paper evaluates the creativity and analytical thinking have long been viewed as the pinnacle of human consciousness. However, the advent of generative AI models like ChatGPT and Google Gemini has necessitated a re-evaluation of these concepts. As AI begins to master tasks traditionally reserved for humans, ranging from artistic production to complex logical reasoning, questions arise regarding the long-term impact on the human mind. This review explores the dual nature of AI as both a cognitive enhancer and a potential threat to intellectual autonomy. Under the heading of the cognitive paradox, I have highlighted that the integration of AI into problem-solving processes presents a distinct cognitive paradox. On one hand, AI-supported individuals often achieve stronger outcomes in extracting information and logical reasoning. On the other hand, research indicates that prolonged exposure to AI can lead to decline in memory retention and critical scrutiny. Here, I have also pointed out that the cognitive offloading is very important, as a primary concern is the phenomena where users rely on AI to perform the intellectual heavy lifting, which may lead to the sacrifice of innate cognitive gifts. AI-powered tools reduce the opportunities for active recall and independent problem solving, which are essential for cognitive development. As I have mentioned in the paper, that AI and creative processes are interlinked and they are affecting, cognitive processes are affecting by the AIs. Here, I have pointed out that in psychological measures of creativity, such as divergent thinking, AI has been shown remarkable proficiency. Recent studies indicate that AI can demonstrate higher flexibility in generating diverse semantic interpretations compared to average human participants. Despite AI's ability to produce work indistinguishable from human endeavor, the most creative human responses still exceed AI's subjective originality and emotional depth. AI systems have strongly excelled in domain requiring rigid analytical reasoning, such as chess and complex board games. In professional contexts, AI assists in problem definition and multidisciplinary integration, yet it remains weak in critical rejection. The ability to identify and dismiss unsupported conclusions. This leads to a risk of passive acceptance where humans trust AI outputs without the necessary critical scrutiny. After a lot of studies and reviews of that studies, I came to the conclusion that AI possesses the potential to either augment or cripple human cognitive functioning, depending on its application. To preserve human creativity and critical thinking, AI should be utilized as a supportive tool rather than a substitute for higher level cognitive engagement. Future research must focus on educational frameworks that balance structured AI support with the preservation of independent creative freedom. That's all. Thank you very much to hear me very patiently. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I have completed my paper presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank
Very
you.
nice presentation. For AI impact of human creativity and thinking and analytical review. ये आपका title था, sir. Next
Yes.
is number 2, Dr. Ravi Kumar A. Patil. Dr. Ravi Kumar A. Patil. Okay, next year number 3, Dr. Anupama Chaudhary. Dr. Anupama Chaudhary.
Yes, I'm here. May I
Dr.
start
Anupama
presenting?
Chaudhary, Principal, Women College, Kolkata Western Girls Area. Yes, please start with only 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, my humble regards and a very good afternoon to all the participants, to the speakers, and special thanks to Dr. Brajesh Kumar for this invitation. So, with the permission of the chair, may I now present my paper. My paper is titled Inclusive Gender Economy and Queer Economy, and I'll be talking about a paradigm shift towards gender equity, empowerment, and sustainability. So, this paper or this talk examines the economic implications of gender identity, sexual orientation, and social inclusion, taking up the intersecting links between feminist theories and queer theories. It investigates how the marginalization of LGBTQI+ communities, these become barriers to economic development. We have diverse policies, we have wage disparities. So, for a crucial economic growth, a total sustainable development is very important. Before we go into that, let us first understand what we mean by this development in the context of gender. And in this connection, let me bring up what Judith Butler, in a very seminal idea, said, if the immutable character of sex is contested, perhaps this construct, which we call sex, is as culturally constructed as gender, because till now what we knew from the days of Simone de Beauvoir that sex was biological while gender was a socio-cultural construct. But she is differing over here and she says that gender also is a construct as well as sex is a construct. And here she adds that gender is not something that one is, it is something that one does. And therefore it is an act of doing. From here, we move on to the sustainability development goals. In goal 5, we are talking about gender equality in different dimensions. And while taking up gender equality in different dimensions, we need to take up queer economics and feminist gender economics as well. Therefore, it's about turning promises into action, and gender equality becomes a total agenda for the development of the whole, not only the country, but across borders, across countries. Therefore, what we take up is an intersectional approach where we talk about equity and we talk about equality. By equity, we refer to the consistent and systematic, fair, impartial treatment of all individuals, including disabilities, people who are otherwise differently abled, people who live in rural areas, marginalized people, etc. And by equality, we mean taking up all these rights. Strategies reflect a commitment to address gender in a very broad dimension. Therefore, in the study, we have taken up also Omotoshan's concept of the missing women, that he talks about how they continually treated differently from others in a way that they are themselves othered. Therefore, this increases their vulnerability. And hence, we're talking about in India, in specific context, National Sexual Violence Resource Center. It says that how 1 in 5 women are tortured, 51.1% by intimate partner, whereas 40.8% by acquaintance. And this is the report that we have of India in 2024. And this is why the dilemma of presentation is very important. The politics of presentation, when we talk about 2 different concepts, is there a way to do the presentation right? And importantly, who gets to decide what is right? I refer to my work to the Greco-Roman myth of Dignitatis, the dilemma of presentation, and Joseph Wright's painting of the Corinthian myth. I hope the audience is familiar with both the works. This brings us to the total concept of gender, where we talk of gender not as male and female, but include all 76 genders, and we are talking about gender blender. So from here, we talk about how India's low gender parity in economic opportunities with less than 40% gender equality becomes a very major concern. Therefore, closing the gender gap in employment could boost up India's GDP by almost 30%. Now, queer economics examines how heteronormativity affects economic outcomes and the discipline of economics itself, while also challenging traditional assumptions about gender and sexual identities in economic context. This paper takes up 2 different ideas, both at the grassroots level, not only of theoretical implications, but also the field study, and analyzes the relationship between social inclusion in 4 different cities in India: Kolkata, Mumbai, Ranchi, and Cuttack. And this interview has been conducted 2010 to 2024 of 796 candidates, and the target is 1,000. However, I have used GILRHO method, that is Global Index on Legal Recognition of Homosexual Orientation, to assess how these detriments are related to macroeconomy. I have also taken P.S. Wozniak's ideas of methodology of GILRHO, and I have talked about it in the macro level evidence. Here we have talked about also pink economy, pink market, rainbow economy, which denotes the economic influence of non-heterosexual individuals. And this has been based on Kingsley scale, where according to Observer Research Foundation, 1 in 35 million LGBTQ plus individuals in India, constituting approximately 10% of its 1.4 billion total gap. Therefore, sexual behavior in female male and sexual behavior in female male both have been taken, whereas in the concluding part, we have come across 5 different ways of handling this situation to policy making, etc. So we have wealth gap, we have income gap, we have information gap, we have market gap, and we have policy gap. Therefore, in conclusion, we may say to bridge all these gaps, which we are talking of through our ways of looking at things, can be seamlessly enjoined together to multiple overlapping circles, having an ability to move within any or all of the circles, having a sense of agency, having a sense of ways to move on. And this brings us to the idea of phenomena where everything becomes possible, everything becomes achievable. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your patience here. My presentation is over. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next serial number, next serial number 4, Dr. Mangala V. Dr. Mangala V. Serial number 4, Dr. Mangala V. The next serial number 5, Dr. Ajay Jain. Dr. Ajay Jain. The next serial number 6, Dr. Sunita. Dr. Sunita. The next serial number 7, Dr. Preeti Kumari. Dr. Preeti Kumari. Okay, next serial number 8, Dr. Akhilesh Chandra Verma. Dr. Akhilesh Chandra Verma. Okay, next serial number 9, Diani. Okay, next serial number 10, Mr. Kiran Prem Kumar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kiran
Yes, sir.
Prem Malge.
Yes, sir.
Research
Yes, sir.
Scholar Assistant of Belagavi, Karnataka University. Yes,
Sir, can I
start,
present my
sir.
paper, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sir, shall I share my screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, it is visible, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Myself, Mr. Kiran Prem Kumar Malge, Research Scholar, Department of Education, Rani Channamma University, Belagavi, Karnataka. Title of my paper is The Impact of World Wall Gamification on Student Learning Outcomes and Performance in ESL Classrooms. Traditional ESL instruction often relies on role memorization and repetitive drills, which can lead to low student motivation and high language anxiety. In the digital era, game-based learning has emerged as a transformative approach, integrating mechanics like points, levels, and challenges into educational context. WorldWall is a versatile web-based platform that allows educators to create interactive activities such as game show, quizzes, Enjumble, and a mazed chess. By turning dry grammatical exercise into impressive experiences, WorldWall aims to reduce cognitive load and foster a more active learning environment. The research objectives is to evaluate the impact of world wall-based gamification on ESL students' academic performance, to identify the specific gamification elements that most effectively enhance students' engagement, to compare learning outcomes between gamified digital instruction and conventional teaching methods. The research hypothesis I used here: students taught using world wall interactive games will demonstrate significantly higher grammar and vocabulary scores than those taught using traditional methods. Incorporating competitive elements like leaderboards will lead to higher levels of classroom participation. Gamification is not the act of playing a full video game. Rather, it is the strategic extraction of game mechanics such as points, batches, leaderboards, and immediate feedback loop, and applying them to a non-game context like an ESL classroom. Theoretical foundation. At its core, gamification is supported by self-determination theory. Yesterday posts that for a learner to be instructionally motivated. 3 psychological needs must be met: competitive, autonomy, and relentlessness. Gamification addresses this by competence, autonomy, relentlessness. Okay, the flow states that the term ESL refers to students learning English in an environment where English is either the primary language of communication or a vital secondary language for academic and professional success. The challenge of traditional instruction English grammar is not notoriously difficult due to its irregular verbs, complex tenses, systems, and uh, nounced syntax. In a traditional ESL setting, these are often taught through presentation, practice, production. However, the practice phase is when many students lose interest. Rote memorization of past participants or proportional phrases often discontinued from real world usage. The affective filter linguistics steps in. Karshan argued that affective variables such as boredom, fear of making mistakes, and low esteem act as a filter that prevents input from reaching the brain's language acquisition device in an ESL classroom. Gamification serves as the primary tool to lower the filter by transforming a tense matching exercise into a high stakes maze chess game show. The student focus shifts from the fear of being wrong to the excitement winning, allowing the language to be a word wall. The digital bridge word wall is a specified web-based application that acts as the delivery system for a gamified ESL content. Unlike static learning management system, word wall is built on the principle of interactive reciprocity, template versatility. The platform offers a variety of interactive examples, match app, random wheel, balloon pop. Okay, the variety is crucial because it addresses different learning styles. Visual learners benefits from the matching and labeled diagrammatic templates. So the data-driven instruction from a research perspective, word wall is a significantly because it provides back and analyze. It doesn't just entertain; it generates a leaderboard and a result summary for the teacher. Feature. Next, data visualization, grammar performance comparison. The following graph visualizes the pre-test and post-test grammar scores of experimental, word wall, and control group based on academic research data. So this is my graphical visualization. Okay, the research finding is that significant performance gains the word wall group showed a 22.7% increase in grammar scores compared to only 10.6% in the control group. Heightened engagement, 51% of students reported increased motivation to join classes when word wall was used. Reduced anxiety, interactive games created a safe environment where students were less afraid to make mistakes, facilitating better fluency and confidence. Preference for competition, students showed a strong preference for the game show quiz template, indicating the competitive dynamics drive the highest interest. So I will conclude my research paper. The integration of word wall in ESL classroom significantly enhanced both academic achievements and student motivation by providing immediate feedback and a variety of interactive templates. It addresses the limitations of traditional passive learning. However, educators must be mindful of technical constants like internet stability and ensure that game variety is maintained to sustain long-term engagement. So these are the references I used for my research article. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. There are Martin. Next serial number 11, Jasleen for.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Jasleen for Dr. RISSMS. So very Mata Devi, Vaishno Jammu and Kashmir se hai. Yes, please start here.
So may I share my screen?
Yes, madam. Yes. Kiran Malvi, sir, please stop presentation. Yes,
Is my screen visible?
yes, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Justine Kaur, student of management from Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, is going to present my research topic. Topic title is From Potential to Performance, the Hidden Forces Behind Student Achievement. In today's educational world, yes. In today's educational world, student success is not solely determined by intelligence or effort, but by a combination of social, psychological, behavioral, and technological factors. By examining these variables through statistical techniques, the study aims to provide deeper insights that can help educators, institutions, and policymakers design more effective strategies to enhance student performance. So academic performance is the achievement of high ratings on exams, assessments, or assignments, emphasizing its importance in reflecting students' understanding of the material taught by the institutions. Given that these ratings indicate whether students understand the material taught in the institutions, identifying the factors that affect a student's academic performance becomes essential. So I have only one objective of my study, and that is to explore the factors which affects a student's scholastic performance and to identify the significant factors among them that have the most impact on their outcomes. So for this study, I have formulated two hypotheses. First is null hypothesis that states that there is no significant relationship between the identified factors and academic performance. And the second one, which states alternate hypothesis, which states that there is significant relationship between the identified factors and academic performance. To test this, I have used binary logistic regression since my dependent variable, that is academic performance, is categorical. So the study follows a quantitative research design to analyze the factors influencing academic performance. Since academic performance is multidimensional, including behavioral, psychological, social, and technological aspects, I used exploratory financial factor analysis using SPSS to reduce a large number of variables into meaningful factors. Now my research is conducted in two phases. In the first phase, I have collected primary data using a structured questionnaire with 44 items on Likert scale, and responses were collected from 300 students studying in Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University. The data was then cleaned and prepared for analysis. In the second phase, I have applied statistical tools. First, I studied the suitability of data using KMO and Bayes test. Then I used principal component analysis to extract the factors and applied Verimax rotation for better interpretation. Finally, I've used binary logistic regression to identify which of these factors significantly predict academic performance. Now, first I have conducted Pearson correlation analysis to examine the relationship between the variables. The results showed that the most variables had significant positive correlation, indicating that they are meaningfully related. The correlation values ranges from 0.3 to 0.8, which indicates moderate to strong relationships without overlap. Importantly, none of the values exceeded 0.9 range, so there was no multicollinearity. Next, I applied KMO test to check sampling adequacy. The KMO value was 0.939, which is considered excellent. This indicates that the data set was high shared variance and is highly appropriate for factor analysis. Now, I have identified key 9 factors using the exponent factor analysis approach using SPSS version 21. Now, the first factor is social contagion, which highlights the role of peer influence, group study, and competition in shaping student performance. The second factor identified is academic dependency, which shows that students rely heavily on teachers for guidance and structured learning. The third is AI-driven learning, which reflects the role of AI, where effective use of AI improves understanding and efficiency. The fourth factor is attendance discipline, which indicates that regular class participation leads to better academic outcome. Fifth factor is financial constraints, showing that economic stress can negatively impact academic focus of students. Sixth factor is time structuring, which indicates that proper planning and time management improve performance. Seventh factor is physiological well-being, which relates to physical well-being, where fitness and health enhance concentration during study sessions. The eighth factor is academic self-efficacy, which captures psychological barriers like stress, anxiety, depression, which reduces the overall academic performance. And the last factor is conceptual outsourcing, which reflects over-reliance of AI where students depend on AI for answers instead of understanding concepts, which negatively affect their deep learning. Now, the factor analysis resulted in 9 factors that together explain 65.086% of the total variance. This indicates that the model has strong explanatory power. Among these, social contagion, which means peer influence, is the most influential factor, contributing approximately 2.9% of the variance, which is followed by academic dependency at around 11%. Other factors such as AI learning, attendance discipline, financial conditions, and time structuring contribute smaller but meaningful portions of variance. The remaining 34.9% variance may be attributed to other factors such as individual ability, personality, environment, and other external factors. To identify the most important predictors of academic performance, I applied binary logistic regression using SPSS. The overall model was statistically significant, indicating that the independent variables collectively explain variations in academic performance. Among the variables, social contagion, academic dependency, attendance-driven academic discipline, time structuring, gender, and phone brand were found to be statistically significant predictors. This suggests that behavior, academic engagement, and demographic factors play a major role in determining performance. Now, exponential of B represents the odds ratio in logistic regression and helps in understanding the magnitude and direction of the effect of each variable on the academic performance. If the value of the B is greater than 1, then it positively impacts the dependent variable. If the value of exponential B is less than 1, then it negatively affects the value of dependent variable. Whereas if the exponential of B is equal to 1, then there is no effect on the academic performance of students. Now, in this study, the demographic variables such as gender showed a strong positive effect, with exponential being greater than 7, indicating a significant difference in performance. On the other hand, phone usage and AI usage had exponential B values less than 1, indicating that higher usage reduces the likelihood of better academic performance. Now, most of the factors were found to be not statistically significant, but they still provide directional insights into how different variables influence performances. The hypothesis I stated earlier was tested using binary logistic regression at a 5% significance level. The results show that null hypothesis is partially rejected, meaning that only some factors, that is social contagion, academic dependency, attendance discipline, time structuring, was found to be statistically significant on academic performance. Now, in conclusion, I would like to mention that academic performance is a multidimensional outcome which is influenced by various factors such as behavioral, social, psychological, and technological. The study identified key determinants such as social contagion, academic dependency, attendance-driven discipline, and time structuring as the most significant contributors. While AI usage and financial factors showed limited direct impact, their effect depends upon usage. Overall, academic success is shaped by a combination of environment, discipline, and learning behavior. Now, these insights can help educators and policymakers design best strategies to improve their student outcomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation.
Thanks, sir.
Next, serial number 12, Mamta Chauhan. Mamta Chauhan, serial number 12. Okay, serial number 13, Dr. Dipali Kailash Mankar. Dr. Dipali.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Dr. Dipali Kailash Mankar, assistant professor, New Rati Babaji Nawale College, Lonavala, Maharashtra. Yes, please start.
Yes, sir.
5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Sir, may I start?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Yes. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Huh. Yes. Sir, my screen is visible, sir?
Yes, visible, ma'am.
Yes.
उसको
Yes.
थोड़ा बड़ा कर लीजिए मैम पीपीटी को.
Okay. Okay. Just seconds.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay, sir. First of all, sir, good afternoon to everyone. That I'm pleased to present my topic on digital banking and finance for financial inclusion in India, growth, impact, challenges, and future challenges, future prospectus. That's sir. Here, I, Dr. Dipali Mankar, I am very thankful for the panel member and respected resource persons. Recently in the recent year, India has that is a rapid digital transformation in the financial sector, digital banking and the fintech innovations. Fintech innovations have significantly improved access to financial services, especially for undeserved and rural populations. This presentation highlights the meaning of financial inclusion, the role of digital banking and government key challenges and future recommendation for building an inclusive digital financial ecosystem in India. So in the first slide, I introduce that is the India is the one of the fastest and the growing economics in the world, with the population exceeding 1.4 billion people. Despite this economic growth, a significant portion of the population still remain outside the formal financial system. So there are continues to the major and gap between the urban and rural area in terms of access to banking and financial services. So many of low-income household, women, farmers, and small business faces the difficulties in accessing affordable financial facilities. So therefore, there is growing need for the inclusion financial system that ensures equal opportunity for every citizen through accessible and affordable financial services. So this is the introductory part. Next, that is the meaning of financial inclusion. So the financial inclusion refers to providing access to essential financial services such as banking, credit, insurance, savings, and investment facilities to all sections of society, particularly economically weaker groups. The primary objective of financial inclusion is to ensure that every individual can participate in economic activities without facing the financial barriers. It promotes equitable economic participation, reduce poverty, increase savings habits, and support sustainable and inclusive economic growth. So this is the meaning of financial inclusion. Now there are the traditional barriers to the financial inclusions. So before the digital revolution, several barriers restricted the financial inclusion in India. Geographic barriers include the limited presence of bank branches in the rural and the remote region. Economic barriers involve high banking costs and strict collaboration requirements for loans. Administrative barriers such as the complex KYC processing and excessive documentation discourage many people from the opening the bank account. Additionally, socio-cultural issues like illiteracy, lack of awareness, and low trust in formal banking system further limited participation. Technological limitations such as poor internet connection also created the obstacles. So the next slide is that is the digital transformation in India. So India has experienced rapid digital transformation due to the increasing use of smartphones and internet services. Government policies and the support from the Reserve Bank of India and encourages the transition from the traditional banking method to the digital financial system. Today, customer can perform banking activities online without visiting the physical branches. At the same time, India's fintech ecosystem has expanded significantly, offering innovative solutions for payment, lending, insurance, and investment services. So the next slide is that is the key components of digital banking. So there are the key components of digital banking is digital banking in India consists of several important components. Banking enables customers to access banking services anytime, anywhere through the smartphones. Aadhaar-based services simplify the customer verification and authentication process. UPI or unified payment therefore has a real-time payment, digital payment in the India by allowing instant money transfer. Digital wallet provide the conveniently cashless payment options, while micro ATM and agent banking services help extended banking facility to remote rural areas. So this is the key components of digital banking. Now now the next is a digital banking ecosystem. So the digital banking is ecosystem that this diagram explains the flow of the digital banking ecosystem in India. Okay, so that the process begins with mobile user who access financial services through smartphone. Aadhaar verification helps establishes secure digital identity and authentication. Users then connect to the bankers or fintech platforms which provide access to UPI system, digital wallet, and payment gateway. Finally, this platform that enables to users to access a wide range of financial services such as saving, payment, transfer, insurance, credit facilities efficiently and securely. Next, that is the impact of digital banking. So there is the digital banking has created a significant and positive impact on the financial inclusion in India. It has increased access to banking services by enabling people to open account digitally with minimal paperwork. Transaction cost has reduced considerably due to online payment system. Digital platforms have also improved financial literacy by educating users through mobile applications and a digital interface. Additionally, digital banking offers faster, safer, and more secure financial transactions compared to traditional methods. So, in the last, that is the impact of all these things. The summary is this table that has the major impact of digital banking, shows the major impact of digital banking. The term of access digital system have simplified account opening procedure in the area of credit. Fintech platforms have enabled inclusion lending for individuals and small business without traditional collaborator requirements. Transaction costs have become lower due to cashless payment system, while digital application and educational tools have increased awareness and financial literacy among all the users. Next, that is the role of fintech in inclusion. So what is the role of fintech in inclusion? That is, fintech companies plays a critical role in expanding financial inclusion in India. Digital lending platforms provide quick and collaborative-free loans to individuals and small enterprises. That companies offer affordable insurance products using the technology-driven models. Payment fintech companies simplify online and mobile transactions, making cashless payments more convenient and accessible. Moreover, fintech applications focus on budgeting, saving, and financial education helps users to improve financial planning and awareness. So this is the role of fintech in the inclusion. Now the fintech innovations. So this table again shows that is this table highlights the major fintech innovations and their contribution. So the example I am giving here that the digital lending platform like Link Card provides the collaborative free loans for small businesses. That is next the InsurTech that companies such as Eco offer offerable and accessible insurance services. Payment platform that likes the Paytm provides a cashless transaction across urban and rural market. Financial literacy applications such as Money Views helps users manage budgeting and personal finance more efficiently. So that there are some government intuitions. That is, the government of India has launched several important intuitions to promote digital fintech inclusions. So that is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Vikas Yojana, Digital India Program, Aadhaar based KYC, RBI regulatory sandbox, UPI, IMPS. So these are the government intuitions. Now, there are some challenges again. So what are the challenges that despite significant progress, several challenges continues to affect digital financial inclusion. Digital literacy remains a major issue, especially among rural populations and that is the users. Infrastructure gaps such as the poor internet connection and electricity storage restrict digital adoption in remote areas. So this is the barriers. Then the cybersecurity risks, online fraud, and the data privacy concern have also increased with the growth of the digital transaction. That in the many groups may still face the inclusion due to the lack of awareness, limited access of smartphones, and low trust of digital system. So these are that is the challenges summary. Then challenges summary. Then there are some future recommendation from my end. That is to improve digital and financial literacy. That is to financial inclusion in India. Several strategic measures are necessary. First, that is the digital and financial literacy program should be expanded to educate citizens about the safe digital banking practices. Secondly, the government and the practice sector must improve the internet connectivity and the digital infrastructure in the rural areas. Again, the third, that is the fintech innovation, that is should focus on the affordable and inclusive solution for the society. Strong cybersecurity system must also be implemented. That is must also be implemented to build the trust and protect the customer data. And finally, the effective public-private partnerships can accurate innovations and improve the reach of digital financial services. And the last, that is the conclusion part of my presentation. That is in conclusion part, that is the digital banking and the fintech has significantly transferred financial inclusion in India by improving accessibility, affordability, and efficiency of financial services. Fintech company act as that is for innovations, while government support and regulatory initiative the continuous and for the digital financial ecosystem. However, the challenges such as digital literacy, infrastructure limitation, and cybersecurity risks must be addressed to achieve complete financial inclusion. The future of India financial sector depends on creating a secure, inclusive, and technological driven digital economy that benefits every section of society in India. So this is my presentation, and thank you so much. Yes, thank you, sir. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes.
Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next serial number 14, Prasanti PK. Prasanti PK. Okay, next serial number 15, Manju Rajput. Manu Rajput.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Manu Rajput, student of management, Sri Mata Devi Vaishno Devi, Jammu Kashmir से हूँ मैं. Yes, Manu ma'am, please start.
Yes, sir. So may I share my screen? So my screen is visible. I'm audible?
Yes, audible, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
PPT not open, ma'am.
No, sir, because of some technical problem, my screen...
Without PPT, please start.
Shall I start?
Yes, madam, yes.
So, good afternoon, respected members. Today, I will be presenting my research on consumer buying behavior towards nutritional labeling of packaged food product with a focus on Jammu city. The core idea behind the study is quite simple. Even though nutritional labels are available and people are aware of them, does the nutrition label reading and comprehending of older people is same as young and adult? If we look at today's lifestyle, people are increasingly shifting towards packaged and convenience food due to time constraint and urbanization. At the same time, there is a rise in health issues like obesity and diabetes. So naturally, nutrition labels were introduced to help consumer make better choices. Now, while awareness about these labels have definitely increased, but what I found interesting is that awareness does not always translate into action. That gap is what motivated this study. When I went through previous studies, I noticed a few consistent pattern. Many researchers found that consumers don't always read label in detail. They tend to make quick decisions. Some studies also show that health conscious people do pay more attention and understanding the label improve food choices. However, young consumers, despite being aware, are not very consistent in using them. So overall, the literature suggests that awareness exists, but actual behavioral impact is still questionable. For this study, I have used a descriptive and analytical approach. I have collected primary data through a structured questionnaire from 300 respondents, including households, shop visitors, and working professionals. The sampling method used was sampling, and different types of scale like Likert and ranking scale were applied for analysis. The main objective was to understand two things. First, whether nutrition label actually influence buying behavior across different age groups. And second, whether awareness is actually reflected in real purchasing action. Based on this, I framed hypothesis to test whether there is a significant relationship between labeling and consumer behavior. Now, first of all, let's talk about age. The sample was fairly well distributed across age group with slightly higher representation from younger respondent. And in terms of gender, it was almost balanced with a slight majority of male respondents. So one of the most important findings here is that about 90% of the respondents are aware of nutrition label. But the key point is awareness does not necessarily mean they use it while purchasing. So when I looked at what people actually consume, chips came out the most preferred packaged food, followed by items like milk and bread. Interestingly, healthier options like oats are less frequently chosen. So this clearly shows that even when people know about nutrition, taste still dominates their choices in my research. When I analyze the factors influencing buying decision, taste has the highest impact, slightly higher than the nutritional information. Other factors like price, brand, and convenience was less influential. So even aware consumers are prioritizing taste over health, which is a key insight of my study. Now findings, to summarize the major finding, awareness of label is high, but usage is inconsistent, and taste is the most dominating factor in decision making. Age has also significant impact. Middle-aged consumer, 36 to 45 years, tend to use label more. And consumer in their 40s and 50s regularly read and use nutrition label. This could be because of family responsibility, or they could be driven by health concern. And the older consumer, above 55 years, shown lower interaction with nutrition label. This could be because of old buying habit pattern and not liking to experiment much with products. And young consumer, 18 to 25, shown moderate and inconsistent engagement with labels, indicating impulsive behavior, which could be possibly be due to the lower health risk to them. So to conclude, nutrition labels are definitely recognized, but they're not fully used, not fully utilized. So if we want these labels to be more effective, there need to be a behavioral shift, not just awareness. From a practical perspective, marketers should focus on combining health with taste appeal. Policymakers should work on making labels simpler and more user-friendly. So based on the statistical analysis and finding of my study, I would like to conclude the status of the hypothesis. For the first hypothesis, which examined whether nutritional labeling influenced consumer buying behavior across different age groups, the result indicate a significant relationship. So therefore, the null hypothesis is rejected, which is the consumer buying behavior is not influenced by nutritional labeling across different age groups. And moving to the second hypothesis, which focuses on differences in label usage across age group, again, the results show a statistically significant difference, and hence the null hypothesis is rejected. The analysis highlights that middle-aged consumers demonstrate relatively higher engagement with nutrition label, whereas younger consumers show more inconsistent usage pattern. So overall, both hypotheses reinforce a key insight of this study. The presence of information is not enough. Its practical application is what truly drives consumer behavior. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Nice presentation. Next, serial number 16, Dr. Jyoti Gupta. Dr. Jyoti.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Present here.
Yes, ma'am. Assistant Professor of Sociology.
जी sir, जी sir.
College, Uttar Pradesh से है मैम.
जी.
5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. And this is Lieutenant Dr. Jyoti Gupta. And my paper name Digital Divide is Digital India, New Forms of Exclusion and Solution. The Digital India Imperium is the important initial aim the transformation India into the knowledge-based and technological empowerment society and economy. Launched in 2015, this program aims to strengthen digital infrastructure, expand e-governance service, and digital empowerment citizen. As a result, improvement have been observed in governance, transparency, the speed of service delivered, and significant progress in education, health, and financial service. However, with this digital transformation is the serious challenge to the emergent in the forms of digital India. The impact of this digital inequality has been clearly felt on education, employment, healthcare, service, and social participation, thereby inclusive and development. The purpose of the current research paper is to analyze new forms of digital divide in the context of digital India. The Digital India program has launched in 2015 by the Government of India, has an ambition initial aims to transformation in country to the digital empowerment society and knowledge-based economy. This program is placed especially emphasis on the development of digital infrastructure and other sectors. The concept of digital divide. The terms digital divide refer to the inequality that exists in access to the information and communication technology, its effective use has and the benefits derived from in among different sectors of the society. It's not just a matter of availability of technological resource, but is the deeply connected with social, economic, education, and cultural inequality in the digital age, where information and service are rapidly moving to online platform. The digital divide is emerging as a new forms of social exclusion. The digital divide is generally understood as three main levels. The first is the access of divided, which include who or the which communicating have access to the internet, smartphone, computer, and other digital devices, and who do not, people living in rural area, low economic group, and those in the remote region often lag behind, and the level. The second level is users divide, which relates to the ability and skill to use digital resources. Often despite the availability of devices and the internet, people are unable to use them effectively due to lack of digital literacy. In particular, widely less education and the technological inaccess group are more affected by the platform. The third level result is inequality, which reflect the difference in the social and economic benefit option. New forms of digital divide. With the expansion of digital India, the forms of digital divide has become more complex and multi-dimensional. This divide is not longer limited to the unavailability of the technical resources, but is the emerging in the forms of social, economic, cultural, and many more sector. The most prominent from is the geographical inequality, where people is rural area cannot be benefit from digital services due to the lack of internet. Economically, inequality is also a significant factor. The cost of smartphone, computer, and other digital devices become a major barrier for the low economic groups, keeping that impact of digital divide. The impact of the digital divide deeply affects various sectors of society, causing the development process to become unbalanced. The most prominent impact is seen is the field of the education in the present times, especially after COVID-19. The importance of online education has increased rapidly. Despite this, students who do not have access to the internet, smartphone, or computer remain divided for the education and increase educational inequality and negatively affect the future of the student from the disadvantaged group. Our decrease today is digital has not most employment opportunity depend on online platform, digital skill and technological proficiency. Those who lack digital skill for resource cannot lack the advantage of this opportunity. Government initiative and their limitations. The government of India has launched several important initiatives to reduce the digital divide and ensure inclusive digital development in the country. The BharatNet project is a major scheme and aims at expanding broadly connectivity in rural area. Under this project, efforts are being made to provide high-speed internet access to the village panchayat level, so the rural citizen can also benefit from e-governance, online education, and digital services. In addition, the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Sakshat Abhiyan aims to empower rural families digitally. Through this scheme, people are taught the basics of the use of computer and the internet, enhancing them to use digital services effectively. This initiative is especially important for section of society had the technological background. The Jandhan Aadhaar mobile choice promises financial inclusion. This scheme helped to in delivering the benefits of government program directly to beneficiary by the linking back account, Aadhaar identification and mobile services. This has interact transparency and reduce the role of intermediators. However, several challenges arise in the effective implementation of their scheme. The lack of digital infrastructure in rural and remote area. Solution and policy recommendation. Multi-dimensional strategy are required to reduce the digital divide and ensure inclusive digital development. First and foremost, the expansion of digital infrastructure is extremely necessary. High quality internet service, stable electricity supply, and network connectivity should be strength is rural and remote areas so that all citizens can have the equal digital opportunity. Second is the essential to implement large scale digital literacy campaign. People should be trained to digital technology through school, panchayat and community centers, enhancing them to use online service effectively and safely. Especially attention need to given to the women and less education group. Third is the availability of affordable technology should be ensured with the cooperation of the government and the private sector. Low cost smartphone, tablet and affordable data plan should be made available to that connectivity. Weaker section can also benefit from digital availability. Additionally, it's important to promote gender equality, especially digital training program and awareness campaign should be organized for women so that their digital participation can increase, that they can become self-reliant. Developing content in local language is also essential for digital inclusion. Increasing the availability of digital platform and service in regional language. The conclusion of my paper is Digital India is unfortunately and revolutionary initiation in the direction of India's social and economic transformation, which has opened new opportunity in the area of governance, education, health, and financial service. Through this program, an effort has been made to make digital technology accessibility to every individual, which has enhanced employment, in the transparency, efficiency, and service delivery. However, its real success depends on the whether this is initiative can equality benefit all sections of society. Digital divide present and serious challenges in enhancing this goal. It's not just a matter of lack of technology resources, but it's also related to the broader uses of social justice, equal opportunity, and inclusive development. When a large part of society is delivered of digital service is not only limit their program progress but also affect national development. Its timely and effectively measure are not taken to bright the digital divide. It can depend equality leading is to increase social and economically gap. Therefore, it's essential that this is problem be viewed from a inclusive perspective and solid policy by formulated for the solution in the context the combined role of policymaker. The private sector and civil society is extremely important. The government should provide effective policies and infrastructure. The private sector should contribute to the technological innovation and investment, and civil society should promote awareness and inclusion. A digital India is possible only through collectivity effort where no individual or community is felt behind from the maintenance of development. Thank you. Thank you for the listening with patience. Thank you for. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Nice presentation.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am. Sorry. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Next serial number 17, Manish Kumar Nekela. Manish Kumar. Manish Kumar. Okay, next serial number 8, Pavitra.
Yes,
Pavitra.
sir. Yes, sir.
Pavitra Kashi.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pavitra, pursuing MBA in HRM and Financial Management from Sri Muthukumaran Institute of Technology, Chennai. Today, I'm going to present my topic on qualities of work life. Qualities of work life is an important concept in HRM because the employee is the backbone of every organization. If employees are happy, motivated, and satisfied, the organization can achieve better productivity and growth. The presentation explains the meaning of qualities of work life, its important factor affecting it, employee motivation, work life balance, finding and suggestion, and conclusion. What is qualities of work life? Qualities of work life refer to the level of satisfaction employee experience in their workplace. It focuses on employee well-being, safety, motivation, job satisfaction, and work-life balance. Qualities of work life is not only about salary; it's also included healthy work environment, respect from management, career growth opportunity, employee education. For example, if a company provides flexible working hours, proper training, and supportive management, the employees feel more satisfied and productivity. Importance of qualities of work life. Qualities of work life is very important for both employee and organization. Good qualities of work life improve employee moral and motivation. Employee feel positive and about their job and work with confidence. It also increases productivity and work efficiency because of satisfied employee perform better. Another important benefit is the reduced absentees and employee turnover. Employees are less likely to leave the organization if they are happy with their working condition. Qualities of work life also help in building a healthy organizational culture where teamwork, trust, and communication become stronger. Objectives of qualities of work life. The main objectives are first, to understand employee satisfaction level in the organization. Second, to analyze work-life balance and how employee manage the personal and professional life. Third, to study workplace condition, employee benefits and welfare facilities. Finally, to identify factors that affect employee performance and productivity. These objectives help organization understand employee needs and improve workplace quality. Factor affecting qualities of work life. There are many factors that influence work life. Working condition. Employees need to safe and clean and comfortable workplace. Poor working condition create stress and reduce productivity. Salary and compensation. Um, Employee expect fair salary, incentives, bonus, and reward for their work. Good compensation, increasing satisfaction. Job security. Employee wanted stability in their jobs. Fear of losing job, create anxiety and reduce performance. Fourth one is career growth opportunity. Career growth opportunity that training and promotion and skill development program help employee and grow professionally. Last one on the relationship with management. Healthy communication between employees and management create trust and teamwork. When these factors are positive, employees feel motivated and communicated with the organization. Work-life balance. Work-life balance means maintaining balance between work responsibility and personal life. Today, many employees face stress due to long working hours and heavy workload. Because of this, organization are now focusing more employee mental health, flexible working hours, leave policies, and remote work options help employee manage the stress and improve satisfaction. Employee with good work-life balance are more productivity, less stressed, more communicated to work. So work-life balance is an important part of qualities of work life. Employee motivation. Employee motivation is an element of work. When receive recognition and rewards, they feel confident and appreciated. Development program improve employee skill and knowledge. This motivated employee to perform better. More employees have higher commitment, work efficiently, to missions such as awards, incentives, and promotion, increasing employee confidence and motivation. Benefits of good qualities of work life. Organization with good qualities of work-life practice receive many benefits. For first, employee loyalty increasing because employee feel connected to the organization. Second, teamwork and communication improve among employees. Third, organization achieve higher productivity and better performance. Finally, employee mental health improve and which reduce stress and workplace conflicts. Therefore, work qualities of work qualities of work life create a win-win situation for both employee and the organization. Roles of HR in qualities of work life. Um, um, the human resource department play a major role in improving qualities of work life. HR manage employee welfare program and ensure employee satisfaction. HR also conduct training and development program, performance appraisal, employee engagement activity. In addition, HR ensure fair policy set work environment, and good communication between management and the employee. So HR acts as a bridge between employee and the organization. Finding Findings of the study. Findings of the study show that most the employee are satisfied with the workplace condition, flexible working hours, improve the employee productivity and reduce stress. The study also found that employee motivation positively affect the employee performance. This proved that organizations with better qualities of work-life practice achieve better employee satisfaction and organizational growth. Suggestion. Based on this study, these following suggestions are recommended. Organizations should provide flexible working hours to reduce stress. They should conduct wellness and stress management programs for employees. Communication between management and employees should be improved. Organizations should also provide career growth opportunity and training programs. These improvements can increase employee satisfaction and productivity. Conclusion. To conclude, qualities of work life is a very important for the employee satisfaction and organizational success. Employees who work in positive and supportive environment perform better and stay loyal to the organization. Organization with better qualities of work life practice achieve higher productivity, better retention, strong organizational growth. Therefore, every organization should focus on improving employee well-being and workplace compatibility. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope
Thank
understand
you,
this
ma'am.
presentation.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Presentation. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, myself, Dr. Jyoti Kirve. I am presenting tomorrow.
Your serial number, ma'am?
I can't see, sorry.
Your list presentation serial number?
नहीं सर मैंने देखा नहीं वो.
Okay, please check mail. Please check WhatsApp group and mail. Okay, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
next number 19, Dr. Imadita Sethi.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Imadita Subhashini.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Assistant Professor of Telugu, DKV degree
Yes, sir.
college.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to all. My name is Dr. I. Subhashini, working as Telugu lecturer in DK Government Degree College for Women, Nellore, Andhra Pradesh, India. Today, my topic is gender studies and women empowerment. Now, I want to discuss about what is gender. Sir, I am audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Gender is a fundamental concept in social sciences that helps us understand how society is structured. It is not limited to biological differences between males and females, but includes the social meanings attached to those differences. Gender shapes how individuals are treated, what opportunities they receive, and how power is distributed in society. Now I discuss difference between sex and gender. Sex refers to biological characteristics such as reproductive organs, chromosomes, and hormones. These biological traits classify individuals as male or female at birth. Gender, however, refers to socially constructed roles, behaviors, and expectations assigned by society. Now I discuss gender socialization. Gender socialization is the lifelong process through which individuals learn the norms and expectations associated with their gender. It begins in early childhood within the family. Parents may unknowingly treat sons and daughters differently by assigning different course are encouraging different behaviors. Now I discuss gender inequality in education and employment. Gender inequality continues to exist in education and employment sectors worldwide. In some regions, girls face barriers such as poverty, early marriage, or cultural restrictions that prevent them from completing education. Now I discuss feminism and women empowerment. Feminism is a social and political movement advocating for equal rights and opportunities for women. It seeks to challenge patriarchal systems that prioritize male dominance. The feminist movement has progressed through different waves, each addressing specific issues such as voting rights, workplace equality, and protection against violence. Women, women's empowerment involves providing women with the resources, education, and decision-making power. Economic independence is a key factor in empowerment. Access to healthcare and legal protection further strengthens women's status in society. Contrary to common misconceptions, feminism promotes equality, not superiority. It encourages partnership between genders to build a fair society. Empowered women contribute significantly to social stability and economic growth. Now I discuss gender-based violence. Gender-based violence refers to harmful acts directed to individuals based on their gender. It includes domestic violence, sexual harassment, trafficking, and harmful cultural practices. Such violences stems from unequal power relations and rigid gender norms. Now, I discuss importance of gender equality for sustainable development. Gender equality is recognized globally as a key factor in sustainable development. The United Nations includes gender equality as one of its sustainable development goals. Equal participation of women in the workforce increases productivity and innovation. When women earn income, they invest more in their children's education and health. Gender equality reduces poverty and strengthens democratic governance. Today, my topic conclusion is gender is a powerful social construct that shapes identity, opportunity, and power relations. Although progress has been made in promoting equality, significant challenges remain. Stereotypes, discrimination, and violence continue to limit potential. Education and awareness are essential tools for transformation. Legal reforms must be supported by cultural change. True equality requires active participation from individuals, communities, and governments. By questioning traditional norms and promoting inclusivity, society can move toward fairness. Gender equality benefits and not only women but humanity as a whole. A just society is one where everyone has equal rights and opportunities regardless of gender. Therefore, continuous effort is necessary to achieve lasting social transformation. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Give me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next serial number 20, Dr. Monica. Dr. Monica Panchani.
Yes, sir, I am available.
Yes, Associate Professor of Zoology, Vallabh Government College, Himachal Pradesh से हैं you. Please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
This is visible. No.
Not visible, madam.
Now this is visible, sir?
Oh, yes, yes. आपका पीपीटी ओपन नहीं है मैम, आपका स्क्रीन शेयर हो रहा है.
Screen share PPT open.
You close the file. आप फाइल क्लोज कीजिए.
ये बात.
Yes. Yes,
Close
now
the-
it is visible.
Now it is available. Seeing your.
Yes, please start, ma'am.
Okay, sir. So my topic is women empowerment through entrepreneurship for economical growth, social equity, and sustainable development. So it is visible? Visible, sir?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay,
Please continue.
So I just giving the introduction that women entrepreneurship has become a significant catalyst for sustainable development, especially in hilly states like Himachal Pradesh. Many factors like geography, climate change, limited industrialization, and reliance on natural resources influence livelihood of the people in the state. Women are increasingly engaging in diverse entrepreneurship activities such as agro-based industries, handicrafts, ecotourism, food processing, and small-scale enterprises. So women are generating income and employment and also contributing to the preservation of traditional knowledge, biodiversity, and local culture. So this paper explores the role of women entrepreneurs in promoting economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability in the region. So my objective is to just analyze the status of women entrepreneurship and to suggest the policy as well as to identify the challenges. So this is a research paper which is based on the secondary data. So in discussion, I would like to give some kind of facts. As you have seen that entrepreneurship plays a very key role in economical development, and women entrepreneurship has gained increasingly attention due to its contribution to the inclusive and sustainable growth. So status of women entrepreneurship in Himachal Pradesh, around 49,173 enterprises are run by women in the state. A large population, 72.73% of women-led enterprises operate in non-agriculture sectors, and over 43,000 self-help groups with nearly 4 lakh women members are actively engaged in entrepreneur activities. So 54.8% of women in HP take part in economical activity, which is very much higher than all India average of 37%. So this is a table which is showing the growth from the 2018 to 2023. So in 2018, it was 35, and then in 2018, now in 2023, it is 48,000. So you can see the women entrepreneurship graph here. So there are many initiatives taken by the government, including schemes by National Rural Livelihood Mission and Himachal Pradesh State Rural Livelihood Mission promoting women's participation in entrepreneurship. So nowadays, loan facilities, microfinance help, self-help groups, skill development program, and digital platforms have improved the socio-economical status of rural women. So there are 50,000 women which are just having the micro enterprises. So Himachal Pradesh State Rural Livelihood Mission supports 3.5 lakh rural women through SHGs and digital platforms and fairs, which also provide marketing support to the women entrepreneurship. So SME Festival in January 2026, that is also helping the women entrepreneurship and is dedicating networking for women entrepreneurships. IIM Sirmoor runs women startup, about 6-week MOOCs and bootcamp and funding sports. So these government initiatives encouraging the afforestation and eco-friendly enterprises also. So state trend, you can see that 56% of SHG women in Kangra work in handloom and handicrafts, and similar pattern in Mandi where women produce traditional Himachali items. So mainly handloom and handicrafts 56%, tailoring 24%, agriculture 16%, and others 4%. So Mandi is one of the key districts covered under RLM since 2013, and it has high multi-activity engagement. And you can see here the graph of SHG self-help group, from the 2018 to 2024, it has increased from 2.5 to 4 point. So this is a SSG where women are taking part in entrepreneurship. So there is consistent increase in SSG membership, reflecting enhanced financial inclusion and collective entrepreneurship among rural women. Other scientists also found that women-led SSGs contribute directly to achieving sustainable development goals, particularly in poverty reduction, gender equality, and sustainable livelihood. These are the photographs I have taken from some fairs where SSG members, they actually participate in the having the self-dependent SSG groups. So they can earn up to 1 lakh annually through entrepreneurship activities. So several studies have examined the role of women entrepreneurship in rural development, that they are playing the crucial role in the economical growth of the women. So according to reports also, National Rural Livelihood Mission, rural women engaged in SSG have improved their income levels. So there are many outcomes. IIT Mandi and IIT Hamirpur, they are also helping the women to form the entrepreneurship. So these are the some kind of products which are produced by these SSG groups, like pickles, chutneys, ghee, millet laddus, organic pulses, millet-based multigrain kachoris, siddu, and local dishes, etc. So you can see here, this is also the picture I have taken from some kind of the fair where women were just selling the millet and these kind of local items in the fair. So handloom and handicrafts is also main part where women are playing the main role. Then products like shawls, mufflers, stores are sold in the local markets, and cooperatives are also giving the part-time job. Agriculture and food industry also helping the women where they are working as own account workers, and 183 women from Bilaspur cluster became the Lakpati Didis here. But there are many challenges also, like limited access to finance and credit, lack of technical managerial skills, poor market linkage, socio-cultural barriers, and gender-based and inadequate infrastructure in rural areas. So there are suggestions and policy recommendations that we should strengthen the financial inclusion and microcredit system, provide skill development and entrepreneurship training, improve digital literacy and e-commerce access, enhance rural infrastructure and connectivity, and promote women-led cooperative and startups. In conclusion, women entrepreneurship Himachal Pradesh plays multifaceted role in promoting sustainable development practice such as organic farming, ecotourism, and handicrafts. So this increasing participation of women in entrepreneur activities, particularly through SSG self-help groups, has led to measurable improvements in the income levels and livelihood security. So these activities contribute to environmental conservation while generating income, demonstrating the integration of sustainability into entrepreneurship. So empowerment of women, we need to strengthen infrastructure, improve financial literacy, and foster innovation. So these are the references. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pumal. Thank you very much, Pumal. Very nice presentation and PPT. So next serial number 21, Shashi Shukla. Shashi Shukla. Okay, next serial number 22, Dr. Manisha Dwivedi. Dr. Manisha Dwivedi. Okay, next serial number 23, Dr. Alka Ben N. Chauhan. Dr. Alka Ben N. Chauhan. Okay, next serial number 24, Adeline Jukesha.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Adeline Jukesha, student MBA.
Yes, sir.
Institute of Technology, Tamil Nadu, USA. Please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adrian Tritisha. I am MBA student in HR and Business Analytics. Today, I am going to present a research topic on analytical study on the effectiveness of HR policies and their implementation. The main goal of the study is to check whether the HR policy are really effective and whether they are properly implemented. And I also want to know, are employees aware of these policies, or they are satisfied with the requirement, training, appraisal, salary, and work-life balance. Finally, I wanted to find the problem and provide a statistical solution for the study. The main goal is to find out the HR policies are effective and they are properly implemented. My secondary objectives is first to check how many employees are actually know about the HR policies. Secondly, to measure how they are happy with the requirement, training, compensation, governance, and work-life balance. And third, it is to find out the gaps and suggestion to improve the HR policies. Research methodology. I used to find out the descriptive research designs were adapted in the study. The primary data was collected through Google Forms using the structured questionnaires collected from the 100 respondents. The secondary data was collected from books, journals, website, and the previous research studies. In this, the convenient sampling techniques I have used, and the statistical tool is used here is chi-square test and correlation analysis. Let me show the profile of the employees who are participated in the survey. The first, the gender have taken the 61 percentages are female and 39 percentages are male. So the more female employees are took part in the survey. The secondly, the work experience. Most of the employees have 1 to 3 experience. The second largest group have less than 1 year of the experience. So the workforce is quite young and early in this career. Third is monthly income is 35 percentages between the 25,000 and 40,000 per month. And finally, the qualification is 96 percentages of the employees have to hold a degree qualification. Nextly, I will share some of the important findings starting from the awareness taken from the survey. When I asked the employees, are you aware of the HR policies? They have given this partially aware, fully aware, and not aware based on the percentages I have shown in the chart. And secondly, I have asked, how do you rate the HR policy overall? They have said 61% said excellent and 21% said good. So together, 82 percentages are positive rating. So together, we can say 16% are average and 2% is below. This shows the employees are likely the HR policies, even though some are not fully aware of them. Then let me highlight the 3 highlight scores from my studies. The first is 94% of employees agree with the HR policies. They are regularly reviewed and updated in their organization. And secondly, 92% are health and safety practices are very good and not good employees. They feel safe and cared. And thirdly, the overall satisfaction with the HR policy is 90%. This means 9 out of the employees are satisfied with the HR policies. Then let me explain the analysis by policies. The first, the requirement satisfaction is 59% of the employees are satisfied, but 29% are dissatisfied. So the requirement is okay, but not great. The second is grievance redressal. Is 65% agreed and 17% strongly agree with the system. So 82% are positive and 12% is disagree and 6% are strongly disagree. So the third is compensation satisfactions, the same like the 61% you can see in this chart. Same way we can check the overall HR satisfaction is 72% are satisfied and 18 is dissatisfied and another 18 is another 8 is highly dissatisfied. Almost 3 out of employees are happy with the HR policies. So this is saying that overall the good result. These findings shows the employees are generally satisfied with their HR policies. They are followed in their organization. The highly satisfaction levels are observed in the areas like we mentioned in the health and safety, policy review and training and development, so on, etc. These findings helps to indicate the effectiveness of HR policy positively influence. So some of the recommendations are taken based on the survey. The organization should improve the awareness regarding the HR policy so that they can improve in their sector. They should enhance the training and development, and they should review the compensation structures and formalize the grievance mechanisms and provide the enhance employee welfare. These tools I have used in my survey, that is chi-square test and correlation. The chi-square test, it is used to identify the relationship between the HR policies and their satisfaction is between the gender and the employee satisfactions. These analyses reveal the relationship between the variable so that null hypothesis is rejected, that alternate hypothesis will be accepted. In correlation analysis, it is used to examine the relationship between the years of experience and awareness of HR policies. This finding indicates a positive relationship between the variable. This shows that experienced employees have better awareness regarding the HR policies. Moving to the conclusion, the HR policies plays a important role in improving the employee satisfactions and organizational performance. The employees shows the positive perceptions towards the HR practices that can be implemented in our organization. And the effective HR policies related to training, communication, health and safety, work life, etc. And correlation analysis revealed a positive relationship between the years of experience and awareness of HR policies. And chi-square analysis, it provides a significant relationship between the gender and the employee towards HR policy. So the overall HR policies supports the organizational growth. Thank you everyone for listening my presentation. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Please send all presenters PPT in conference email. If anyone not sent, please send. Next serial number.
Yes, sir.
Next serial number 25, Bhavani Ji.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Bhavani Ji, student MBA.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
University. Please start with only 5 minutes.
Ajay. Ajay. வெளியே வந்துட்டேன். ஏன் தெரியல, ஷேர் பண்ண தெரியல. அது வந்துச்சுன்னா
Bhavani ma'am, hello. Okay ma'am, please ready next ma'am. Okay,
Sir,
next serial.
sir, I am here, sir. Bhavan is here, sir.
Yes, please start.
Sir, I'm not able to share my screen, sir.
No problem ma'am, without PPT. Otherwise, after next presentation.
Okay, can I talk without screen, press PPT, sir?
Yes ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Bhavani. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Bhavani, a student of Sri Muthukumar Institute of Technology, Department of MBA, HR and Finance. And today I am going to present a topic on study on employee job satisfaction. The study focuses on the level of employee satisfaction and the factors influencing employee motivation performance. Now I am going to tell about the introduction. The employee satisfaction means the employee feel how happy and comfortable with their workplace and their jobs. It depends on the salaries, working condition, employee motivation and job securities. Employee job satisfaction is defined by Felden and Arnold. She defined the job satisfaction as the overall positive feeling of a person in their job working place that shows how they feel and think about their job satisfaction. Now I'm going to tell about the objectives of the job satisfaction. The main objectives of the job satisfaction is to measure the level of employee satisfaction among the employees, then identify the factors affecting the employees in the job satisfaction. Now, then analyze the employee job satisfaction towards the salaries and benefits and incentives through the organization. Then to study the relationship between working condition and job satisfaction, it defines how the employees work in the workplace, it's be satisfied or not. Then it provides suggestions for improving job satisfaction in the organization. Now I'm start with the needs and scope. The needs means the importance of the job satisfaction is needed for employees in the organization. The first point I suggest is to measure the level of employee job satisfaction in the organization. Then to identify the factor influencing job satisfaction such as salaries, improvement, job securities, and career growth. Then I cope with understand the employee opinion, working condition in the management support. Then I can say factor influencing employee job satisfaction. The job satisfaction factor influencing job satisfaction are different aspects such as salaries and benefit, working condition, career growth and promotion, relationship, working co-workers, recognitions and rewards, and job securities. Salary and benefit means provides fair salaries and incentives, bonus, timely payment. Working condition in the organization should provide safe and comfortable working environment to employees. Career growth and promotion. The organization should provide training and skills to grow employees' career and should promote them for higher position. Relationship with co-workers. The employees also the organization should provide positive relationship with the teamwork to create friendly and supportive workplace. Recognitions and reward. The organization should provide the employees to rewards for their concerned work and improve their performance in the organization. Then research methodology. Research methodology is a systematic way of collecting and analyzing and interpreting data from the research study. It also helps the researchers to understand the problem and clearly achieve the objectives of the study. The research methodologies include the research design. The research design is the descriptive design is used. Design is to collect data from the organization. Types of data used in this project is primary and secondary data. Primary data is collected from the questionnaires which I have added in the project. Secondary data which I collected from books, journals, companies, website, etc. Sampling method I used in simple random sampling method, and I use sampling size as 100 employees for the concern. Data analysis tools I use percentage analyze, size square analyze, and correlation analyze. Findings. Some of the findings I have recommended find in the project. Most employees are satisfied with their job and their working environment. Salary benefit influencing employee job satisfaction. Employee satisfaction helps to improve productivity, teamwork, and organizational performance. Job satisfaction also security contributes to employee satisfaction. Some of the suggestions recommended to the organization, such as provide fair salary incentives, timely increment, maintain good and positive safe work environment, recognize and reward good performance regularly, offer training skills development programs for career growth, encourage employees to participate in decision making, improve work-life balance through flexible working hours. Finally, I conclude with conclusion. Employees' job satisfaction is essential improving productivity to achieve growth in the organization. Employee job satisfaction plays an important role in success of the organization. Satisfied employees improve productivity and teamwork in the overall organization. Job satisfaction is more important in the organization. Finally, conclude, every organization should satisfied with the employees because employee satisfaction is more important. If employees are satisfied, then he will work more and better in for achievement of organization as well as individual. Every organization should maintain job satisfaction. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Next serial number 26, Dr. Meenakshi. Dr. Meenakshi. Okay, next serial number 27, Savneet Kaur.
Yes, sir, present.
Yes, Savneet Kaur, ma'am.
Yes, sir, I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, please start. Only 5 minutes.
Entire screen. Share. Entire screen. Share. So is my screen visible?
Yes, madam.
So am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the topic of my research is a study of nutritional labels, ingredient composition, and health claims on packaged foods, right? So I'll start with the chapter 1, that is introduction. So with the increase in health-related problems in adolescents, transparent labeling is demanded. At the same time, ethical concerns are being raised over the misleading claims and ingredient composition by the packaged food manufacturing companies. So basically, this research studies and examines current studies on nutritional labeling and health claims, such as reduced fat, high protein, and fat-free on packaged foods. So according to research, such claims may produce a health halo effect, which trick consumers into believing a product is healthier than it actually is. So the manipulation of consumer perception creates ethical concerns in the nutritional labeling practices. Regulatory systems that encourage clean and transparent labeling practices boost customer confidence. Simplified front of package labels are well known and trusted by consumers. However, misleading claims and unethical ingredient composition hinder customer trust and their ability to make a cautious choice. So basically, the main ethical issues in nutritional labeling are, first of all, there is misleading claims. Health claims can exaggerate advantages or draw attention away from a product's negative qualities. Number two is complex and too simple labeling. While some complex labels can confuse customers, whereas simplified ones lack important information. Number third is selective disclosure. So companies may emphasize favorable characteristics, that is low fat, while disregarding negative ones, that is high sugar content, which is right now happening worldwide. So my research objectives include to study the nutritional information and ingredient composition of commonly available packaged food products, to examine whether packaged food products reflect their claims on labels and packaging when compared with the actual contents of the product, to compare similar packaged food products sold in India and in United Kingdom and see how different regulations in countries affect their composition, to explore the possible health effects of ultra-processed foods on consumers, and to examine how government policies and regulations influence the quality and safety of packaged food products. So literature review. So for this, I have studied like 12 papers because my study is based upon secondary data analysis. The first paper I studied was of Pavleen Soni. It was titled Nutrition Information on Packaged Foods Marketed in India. Similarly, I've studied all these papers. Then I'll move on to the research gap. So the research gap was lack of integrated research. So existing studies basically address labeling, health claims, technology, and health outcomes, but they do not give like a comprehensive analysis, particularly in the Indian setting. There is limited focus on consumer understanding in India, and there is lack of understanding and regulatory loopholes in standards, right? Now, let's move on to chapter 3, that is research methodology. So research design. So my study is basically descriptive, comparative, and analytical. So it focuses on examining the nutritional information, ingredient composition, and health claims on packaged foods. A comparison has also been made between similar brand products sold in UK and India. The type of data is secondary data. Source of data, credible sources such as Google Scholar, government and regulatory bodies, publication of FSSAI in India and FSA in UK were used. So recent and relevant studies between 2020 and 2025 were used to provide accurate and relevant findings, right? So my universe of study, I have basically taken 5 categories of FSSAI that are beverages, ready-to-eat savories, fats and oils and fat emulsions, spices, soup sauces, dairy products, because these are easily accessible and children consume these packaged food items on a daily basis. And so many products in these packages are in categories are high in saturated fats, sugar and sodium, which make it extremely dangerous for young children as they do not understand the ingredients and consume it unknowingly, right? I'll move to sampling techniques. So as I said, that it is the samples are selected based on the easily availability in local market. Sample size I've totally like a total of 13 packaged food products I have studied. Coca-Cola, Fanta, real fruit power juice, Kisan tomato ketchup, Lay's, Kurkure, Fortune refined soybean oil, Nutella, quality balls. Now parameters of analysis. Key parameters are nutritional information labeled on the back of the product, because in India, there is back of the product labeling, and in UK, there is front of the product labeling and back also. Limitations of the study are, first of all, I have only taken 5 categories, not all the 13 one. Basically, the study includes 19 to 20 categories listed on the FSSAI. The research is based upon secondary data and it does not include individual consumption patterns and lifestyle facts. So this is the table. I have taken beverages. In that, I have taken non-alcoholic soft beverages. Fruit juices, I have taken real guava juice. Carbonated water-based drinks, I have taken Coca-Cola. Non-carbonated, I have taken Fanta. Similarly, I have taken ready-to-eat savories, fats, oils, and fat emulsions, spices, soups, and sauces, and dairy products. Now is the comparison time. That is findings. Food labeling standards comparison in UK and in India. In UK, the packaged foods have both front and back nutritional labels. In India, only back nutritional label is provided. In UK, they use a traffic light system with indicators such as green, yellow, and red that depicts the low, medium, and high fat, sugar, and salt mentioned. In India, warnings are provided, but mostly written in small print, which is not visible to the naked eye. The UK has sugar tax laws, which is so important on soft drink industry. Drinks containing more than 5 gram per 100 ml of the products are taxed. But right now, unfortunately, we have no sugar tax law here. So first is nutritional analysis of packaged real fruit guava juice. So the sugar content shown is on 100 ml, that is total sugar is shown as 13.5 gram and the added sugar is 11 gram. But if we take a 1 liter packet, it is showing the same sugar content. But actually, when we calculate it, the total sugar is 135 gram. This is approximately 34 tablespoons of sugar in a 1000 ml packet. Next, we have carbonated beverage, that is Coca-Cola. So it contains the artificial color, that is INS 150T, that is caramel color, which is produced by heating sugar with ammonia and sulfides. It is allowed by food authorities such as FSSAI, FDA, and WHO. But in the studies of Jacobson, it was classified as a carcinogen. Next, we have additive, that is INS 338, phosphoric acid. It reduces calcium absorption, causes bone weakness, causes dental enamel erosion. But still, all our kids are consuming it on a day-to-day basis. Next is Fanta, sold in India, and Fanta sold in UK. The total sugar in Fanta, which is sold in UK, is 4.5 gram. And here in India, it is unfortunately 13.7 gram. There is no artificial colors used. It only uses natural vegetable extracts of carrot and pumpkin. And in India, it uses INS 110 sunset yellow artificial color, which causes DNA damage, ADHD in children, and reproductive toxicity. You can even see the difference in the colors. This looks so natural and this looks like a radioactive element. Because there is sugar tax law in UK. In UK, drinks containing less than 5 gram of sugar per 100 ml are not taxed, and drinks containing more than 5 gram of sugar are taxed. So it basically describes how regulatory frameworks influence product formulation and consumer exposure to sugar. Similarly, I have taken Lay's. So basically in Lay's, there is a high usage of saturated palm oil, which causes cardiovascular diseases. Next, there is only basic macronutrient information. For example, the flavor enhancers are used, but the precise amounts are not revealed on the back of the product labels, which makes it challenging to determine how much of them are consumed. Next, there is no additional information on the labeling about any harmful byproduct form, that is acrylamide. So it is basically created when potatoes are fried at high temperatures. This is very potentially hazardous. It leads to long-term health hazards, but it is not listed on the nutritional label. Next is Kurkure. It is high in sodium. A standard 100 gram of packet contains 723 mg of sodium. Next, similarly, it is also high in saturated fats, which leads to bad cholesterol and causes cardiovascular diseases. Next, we have Fortune refined sunflower oil. First of all, it is misleaded as a trans fat free, because in India, regulatory guidelines permit items of very low amount of trans fat levels to be labeled as free, which can mislead consumers, even though we believe that there is no trans fat at all, but tiny traceable amounts of trans fat happen to be there, which link to direct cardiovascular diseases. Next, we have Nutella. Oh my God, this is so important because it is sold everywhere, worldwide, in US and India. It has extreme high sugar content. The sugar content in a 350 gram jar is about 197 grams. That is more than half of the product is a sugar. And this is being marketed as a breakfast item, which all the youngsters are consuming on a day-to-day basis. And later on in life, they develop diabetes. So excessive sugar consumption is firmly linked to increased risk of obesity, insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes, and heart diseases. Next, the second high ingredient on Nutella is refined palm oil, which causes high amounts of bad cholesterol. It accumulates in the blood and causes cardiovascular diseases. And now it pains me to realize that all our children are consuming it as a breakfast.
Please conclude.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I will conclude. So here are the graphs, and the last topic is implications. So basically, my societal implications and policy implications have been mentioned. So the findings from the research indicate that commonly consumed packaged food drinks contain low fruit content and high amounts of added sugar, in spite being regarded as a fresh fruit juice. So it suggests that strict regulations influence product composition. In India, cheaper and artificial usage of additives impact children's health over time. Policy implications, the findings suggest that strict regulations are required in order for a brand to claim as a tomato ketchup or fruit juice. It should have the key ingredients as per the minimum requirements set by the government of India. So conclusion, the study clearly showed that although same products are sold worldwide but vary in terms of ingredient composition, depending upon the different food safety standards regulating in different countries. The difference mentions the need for regulatory measures such as front labeling, clear warning statements, sugar tax laws in India. The research emphasizes that countries have more clear and rigid regulatory standards, have better formulated products with less harmful compositions. So in conclusion, there is a need for better and improved regulatory standards in India with clear and truthful labeling practices. Such measures will support manufacturers to reformulate products in India with healthy ingredients and will encourage clean consumption. So this was all from my side. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, friend. Thank you very much. Nice presentation and good PPT. Next, serial number 28, Dr. Jyoti Moy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am present.
PhD, Faculty of Commerce, Ranchi University, Jharkhand State. Please start, sir.
Yes, sir. So just a second. I will share my presentation. A very good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Jyotirmoy Sen and I recently completed my PhD from the Faculty of Commerce, Ranchi University, Ranchi. My paper today is titled Budgetary Allocations and Rural Development in Jharkhand, an analysis of employment, infrastructure and sustainable economic development. Now, let me begin with the context. Why does Jharkhand matter as a case study? As of 2024-2025, Jharkhand's GSDP stands at rupees 5,06,356 crore at current prices, nearly 3 times what it was in 2011 and 12. The state is growing at 6.7% in real terms this year and has maintained an average real growth of 7.7% between 2021 and 2024, consistently above the national average. Per capita income has risen from rupees 88,500 in 2021-22 to rupees 1,14,271 in 2023-24, a 40% jump in just 2 years. Jharkhand's shares of national GDP has also improved, rising from 1.54% in 2019-20 to 1.64% in 2023-24. But here is the paradox, and this is the central research question of my paper. Despite this economic growth, despite a budget that has expanded 24 times since the state was formed, Jharkhand's per capita income rank remains 26th out of the 29 Indian states. It has been stuck at 26th since 2000, unchanged for 25 years. Only Bihar and Uttar Pradesh ranked below it. This gap between strong fiscal and GSDP growth on one side and persistent developmental underperformance on the other is precisely why the question of how the budget is allocated and where the money goes becomes critical. Now we can look at the scale of fiscal expansion. When Jharkhand was carved out of Bihar in 2000, its entire budget was just rupees 6,067 crore. Today, the budget estimate for 2025-26 is rupees 1,45,400 crores. That is a 24-fold increase in 25 years. A remarkable fiscal journey for a young state. More importantly, the pace has accelerated from 2018-19 to 2023-24. Total expenditure grew at a CAGR of 10.4%. The 2024-25 budget estimate of rupees 1,28,900 crore was already 26% higher than the previous year's actuals. But size alone is not development. What matters is what the money is spent on. And here we see a very positive structural shift. Scheme expenditure, meaning money spent on actual development programs as opposed to salaries and pension, has risen from 57.4% of the total budget in 2018-19 to 61.9% in 2024-25. This shift from establishment to development spending is a key positive finding of my research. Now, now let's talk about expenditure quality, shifting towards development. Quality of expenditure matters as much as quantity, and here the 25-26 budget tells a positive story. Total scheme expenditure for 25-26 is 91,742 crore, up 42% from rupees 64,649 crores in 2023-24. This is the single largest jump in scheme spending the state has recorded. Of the 66,021 crore goes to revenue account scheme, funding wages, livelihoods, social protection and rural employment, and rupees 25,721 crore is on capital account, funding physical infrastructure like roads, building, water supply and power. Equally important is what is not growing as fast, committed expenditure. Salaries, pension and interest payment together account for rupees 53,658 crore, only 36.9% of the total budget. It means that the state has more room for discretionary development spending than that at any point in its history. Now, let's study employment, budget allocation and labor market dynamics. Now to the first major pillar of my paper, employment. Employment in Jharkhand is shaped by the sectoral structure of its economy. The economic survey of 2024-25 shows that the secondary sector, industry and mining, has grown at a CAGR of 7.9% between 2016 and 17 and 2023-24. This is the fastest of all three sectors. The tertiary or services sector follows at 6.3%, but the primary sector, agriculture, has grown at only 2.5%. And this is critical because the primary sector, despite its slow growth, still employs the vast majority of Jharkhand's rural population. This means rural workers are losing income share but not finding enough alternative employment in industry or services fast enough. This is a structural employment challenge. From a budget perspective, the government's response has been massively scale up scheme expenditures. Revenue schemes of rupees 66,021 crore for 25-26 fund wage employment, livelihoods and social protection programs including Manrega. Capital schemes also create direct employment through construction of road, water projects and buildings. Now, the second pillar of my paper is infrastructure. The 2025-26 budget commits rupees 34,763 crore to capital expenditure, an 11.3% increase over the 2023-24 actual of rupees 31,245 crore. Breaking this down, 25,721 crore is allocated to capital account schemes, meaning money directly spent on building physical assets, road, power supply systems, digital connectivity infrastructure, and rupees 8,326 crore is financed through internal borrowings of the state, specifically for long gestation infrastructure project. I also must highlight one specific commitment. In the budget 24-25, capital outlay on water supply and sanitation was projected to rise by 120%. This reflects a targeted prioritization of rural water infrastructure. Now, the third pillar of my paper is sustainable economic growth. And the economic survey of 2024-25 provides strong evidence here. GSDP is projected to reach rupees 5,56,286 crore in 25-26 at current prices. The economy has more than tripled in 14 years. Real growth is 7.5% is projected for 2025-26. Per capita income has also grown impressively. Inflation has moderated to approximately 4% in 2024, and importantly, 13 of the 19 months between April 23 and October 24, Jharkhand's inflation rate was below the national average. Now, fiscal health and responsible deficit management. A crucial question for any development budget is it financially sustainable for Jharkhand? The answer based on the budget 25-26 is yes. The fiscal deficit for 2025-26 is estimated at rupees 11,253 crore, equivalent to just 2.02% of GSDP. This is well within the 3% ceiling mandated by the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. The primary deficit, which excludes interest payments and measures the underlying fiscal position, is just 0.88% of GSDP. This is a sign that long-run fiscal sustainability. Revenue deficit stands at 2.61% of GSDP, meaning the state does not spend more on revenue account than it collects, which is a concern. The effective revenue deficit is higher at 4.30%, partly because capital grants are included. But the overall picture of a state that is expanding its development budget responsibly, not recklessly, staying within fiscal norms while investing in growth. Now the key findings. First, Jharkhand's budget has grown 24 times since its formation, with scheme expenditure now at a historic high of 61.9%, signaling a purposeful pivot from administration to development. Second, GSDP is consistently growing above the national average, with per capita income rising 40% in 4 years. Yet per capita income rank remains stuck at 26th. Third, capital expenditure of rupees 34,763 crore and capital scheme spending of rupees 25,724 crores reflect a growing fiscal commitment to physical infrastructure. Fourth, the secondary sector is growing fastest at 7.9% CAGR, but the primary sector at 2.5%, which employs most rural workers, is lagging and shrinking. Fifth, state's own tax revenue growing at 13.7% CAGR is strengthening fiscal self-reliance, outpacing central transfers. Sixth and last, fiscal deficit maintained responsibly at 2.02% of GSDP, confirming a sustainable fiscal trajectory. Now my recommendations. 1. Scale capital expenditure to 25% or more of the total budget. Currently at 23.9%, a push to 25 to 30% would significantly accelerate infrastructure-led employment creation. 2. Prioritize rural diversification from primary sector, with agriculture growing at only 2.5% CAGR, while employing the majority of rural workers. Dedicated budget lines for agro-allied industries and rural manufacturing are urgently needed. 3. Grow state-owned revenue to 40% or more of total receipts. The 13.7 CAGR in own tax revenue is encouraging. Sustaining this through GST compliance, mining royalty digitization, and non-tax revenue expansion will reduce central transfer dependency. 4. Reduce the effective revenue deficit of 4.30 of GSDP by ring-fencing capital grants from current spending. 5. Close the per capita income gaps structurally. A 26th rank despite 24 times budget growth signals misalignment. District level GSDP tracking and affirmative allocation for the lowest income districts are needed. 6th, adopt an SDG aligned, SDG means Sustainable Development Goals aligned budgeting framework. Mapping rupees 91,742 crores of scheme expenditure to SDG goals will create accountability, attract multilateral funding, and align Jharkhand's fiscal strategy with global sustainability frameworks. Now, last conclusion. Jharkhand's budgetary expansion from rupees 6,067 crore to 1,45,400 crores is not just a story of numbers. It is a story of a young state asserting its fiscal ambition, prioritizing development over administration, and building the foundation of sustainable rural growth. Revenue schemes address employment, capital expenditure addresses infrastructure, a growing GSDP addresses sustainable growth, and a fiscal deficit at 2.02% of GSDP confirm that it is being done responsibly. Yet the 26th rank in per capita income, unchanged since the state's birth, reminds us that fiscal expansion alone is not enough. The quality, targeting, and execution of that expenditure must match its scale. Bridging this gap between budgetary ambition and development outcome is the defining policy challenge for Jharkhand in the years ahead. Thank you very much. This is how I conclude my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Jyoti Moy, sir. Very nice presentation. And good PPT. Next, real number 29, Dr. Hokam Fulana Devi.
Yes, sir. I am available, sir.
Yes, Assistant Professor of Hindi, DM College of Art, University of Manipur. Please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
First of all, a very good afternoon, everybody. Respected resource persons, respected presenters, and all participants of this conference, and special thanks to Sir Brajesh and all organizers of such international conference. Myself, Dr. K. Phulona, Assistant Professor, DMU, Manipur. I am presenting my paper in Hindi. मेरा टॉपिक का नाम है तुलनात्मक अध्ययन की परंपरा तथा समस्या पर एक दृष्टि। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन का क्षेत्र बहुत व्यापक है। इस अध्ययन के द्वारा ही हमें किसी विषय का संपूर्ण ज्ञान प्राप्त किया जा सकता है। भारत एक बहुभाषी देश है। भाषा तथा संस्कृति की इस विविधता को राष्ट्रीय एकता लाने के लिए उनका ज्ञान की गहन अध्ययन अनिवार्य हो जाता है। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन से ज्ञान के वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण विकसित करता है। इस अध्ययन से हमें व्यवस्थित ज्ञान प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। यह 2 या अधिक विषयों, संस्कृतियों, साहित्यों या प्रणालियों के बीच समानता और अंतर खोजने की एक वैज्ञानिक पद्धति है। यह एक वैचारिक ढांचे के अनुसार विभिन्न भौगोलिक और सामाजिक संदर्भों में घटनाओं की खोज करता है। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन से छात्रों को विश्लेषणात्मक और आलोचनात्मक सोच तथा लिखित और मौखिक संचार में विकास पाता है। विभिन्न देशों के सामाजिक इकाई, संस्कृति, धर्म, रीति रिवाज आदि को समझकर व्यक्तित्व का विकास एवं अपनी समझ को व्यापक बनाते हैं। इस तरह तुलनात्मक अध्ययन वस्तुतः तथ्यात्मक सचेतन होने के साथ साथ विभिन्न राष्ट्रों के लेखक, कृति, पाठक तथा आलोचकों को संपर्क करके उनके प्रभाव सूत्रों, आपसी आदान प्रदान, संशोधन आदि का अध्ययन होता है। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन की परंपरा। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन की परंपरा प्राचीन काल से हुई है। तुलना करना मानव प्रकृति है। किसी भी विषय और वस्तु के साथ तुलना करना स्वाभाविक है। इससे किसी भी चीजों की अच्छाई और बुराई को समझ पाते हैं। यह परंपरा प्राचीन यूनानी ग्रीक विद्वान अरस्तु से माना जाता है। उन्होंने 1858 देशों के संविधानों का तुलनात्मक अध्ययन करके शासन प्रणालियों को व्यवस्थित किया और राजनीति को एक वैज्ञानिक विषय के रूप में स्थापित करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई, जिससे उन्हें राजनीतिक विज्ञान का जनक भी कहा जाता है। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन व्यवस्थित रूप से शुरुआत 19वीं सदी से हुई है। 1819 में विद्वान गेरी दे ने अपने पुस्तक कोर्स डे लिटरेचर कंपेयर में इसे फ्रेंच भाषा में स्थापित किया। इसको अंग्रेज विद्वान मैथ्यू अर्नोल्ड 1848 ने अंग्रेजी में विस्तार किया। भारत में रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर ने 1907 में विश्व साहित्य के अंतर्गत साहित्य अध्ययन में इस दृष्टि की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया था, जिससे सांस्कृतिक और ऐतिहासिक का धारा को समझा जा सके। यह विभिन्न भाषाएं और राष्ट्रों की साहित्यों की तुलना करती है। यह विभिन्न संस्थाओं से व्यावहारिक और नीतियों की तुलना करती है ताकि शिक्षा पद्धति में आगे बढ़ सके। तुलनात्मक साहित्य में हमें मुख्य रूप से 3 परंपराएं देख सकते हैं। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन में तुलनात्मक साहित्य, तुलनात्मक राजनीति, तुलनात्मक शिक्षा आदि। तुलनात्मक साहित्य, इसके अंतर्गत 2 या अधिक साहित्यों या किसी एक विधा को लेकर तुलना करने की परंपरा है। इसमें ऐतिहासिक, सांस्कृतिक और भाषाई विशेषताओं का आधार पर समानता असमानता का विश्लेषण किया जाता है। इसे रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर ने विश्व साहित्य के रूप में परिभाषित किया, जो भारतीय की अवधारणा को स्पष्ट करने में भूमिका निभाता है। 1848 में मैथ्यू अर्नोल्ड ने पहली बार अंग्रेजी भाषा में इस तुलनात्मक साहित्य की अवधारणा को प्रस्तुत किया। साहित्य संस्कृति के संरक्षक है, भविष्य का पथ प्रदर्शक है, साहित्य समाज के मूल्य का निर्धारक है। साहित्य अध्ययन में कुछ मुख्य बिंदु देख सकते हैं। यह ज्ञान या समझ के विस्तार करता है, यह जीवन का अनुभव है, यह सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक जागरूकता लाता है, यह रचनात्मक विकास का मदद करता है, यह भाषा संचार कौशल में क्षमता देता है, मानवीय मूल्यों का विकास होता है, सामाजिक परिवर्तन का प्रयास में साधन है। हमारे जीवन में समर्थ और सफल बनाने के लिए तुलनात्मक अध्ययन की आवश्यकता है। नंबर 2, तुलनात्मक राजनीति। इस परंपरा में विभिन्न देशों की राजनीतिक प्रणालियों, संस्थाओं जैसे संसद, कार्यपालिका आदि के प्रक्रिया और व्यवहारों के व्यवस्थित रूप से तुलनात्मक अध्ययन किया जाता है। यह परंपरा देशों के बीच समानता और अंतर को समझकर शासन के पैटर्नों का विश्लेषण करने में लाभ उठाती है। इसे राजनीतिक, सांस्कृतिक, सामाजिक, आर्थिक स्थिति का भी अध्ययन करती है। नंबर 3, तुलनात्मक साहित्य शिक्षा। इस परंपरा के अंतर्गत विभिन्न देशों या क्षेत्रों की शैक्षिक प्रणालियों, नीतियों, पाठ्यक्रम और शिक्षण विधियों का एक व्यक्तिगत और आलोचनात्मक अध्ययन है। यह ऐतिहासिक, सांस्कृतिक और सामाजिक पृष्ठभूमि के आधार पर शिक्षा की समानता और भिन्नता का विश्लेषण करती है, जिसका उद्देश्य शैक्षिक सुधार, वैश्विक समझ और सर्वोत्तम प्रथाओं को अपनाना है। मार्क एंटोइन डी पेरिस 1817 ईस्वी में तुलनात्मक शिक्षा का अध्ययन शुरू किया। उनका मत है कि विभिन्न देशों की शिक्षा प्रणालियों में पाई जाने वाली समानताओं और भिन्नताओं का विश्लेषण बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इस तरह वर्तमान युग में तुलनात्मक अध्ययन के अंतर्गत तुलनात्मक शिक्षा का महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन की समस्याएं आगे। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन करते समय हमें अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता है। इस अध्ययन से उत्पन्न होने वाली अनेक समस्याओं को निम्न प्रकार देख सकते हैं: विषय की जटिलता, संसाधन की कमी, समय प्रबंधन, प्रेरणा और एकाग्रता की कमी, व्यवहारिक अनुभव के अभाव। विषय की जटिलता। विषय की जटिलता तुलनात्मक अध्ययन की एक समस्या है। कई बार पाठ्यक्रम या शोध का विषय अधिक जटिल होता है, जिसे समझने में कठिनाई होती है। यह एक समस्या है। इसलिए हमें तुलनात्मक अध्ययन करने के लिए हमारे समझ के बाहर के विषय का चयन नहीं करना है। संसाधन की कमी। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन करते समय विषय से संबंधित साधनों का ज्यादा होना जरूरी है। विषय से संबंधित तत्वों के अभाव में तुलना करना संभव नहीं, चाहे राजनीति हो, सांस्कृतिक तत्व हो या साहित्य की तत्व हो। समय प्रबंधन। विषय का अनुकूल हमें उचित समय सारणी बनानी चाहिए, नहीं तो यह भी एक चुनौती है। समय प्रबंध के अनुसार विषय का चयन नहीं करने से हमें तुलनात्मक अध्ययन में समस्याएं उत्पन्न हो सकती हैं। चौथा, प्रेरणा और एकाग्रता की कमी। चौथा पॉइंट मेरा, प्रेरणा और एकाग्रता की कमी से तुलनात्मक अध्ययन में समस्याएं खड़ी होती हैं। इसलिए तुलना करते समय विषय पर रुचि और ध्यान देने की अनिवार्य होती है। पांचवा पॉइंट, व्यवहारिक अनुभव के अभाव। तुलनात्मक अध्ययन में हमें इन विषय वस्तुओं से संबंधित ज्ञान का अनुभव जरूरी है। इस सैद्धांतिक ज्ञान के अभाव के कारण हमारे तुलनात्मक कार्य में समस्याएं उत्पन्न होने की संभावना है। इसमें अलग अलग संस्कृतियों की रचनाओं और प्रणालियों की तुलना करते समय संदर्भों को अंदाजा लगाने से समस्याएं खड़ी हो सकती हैं। इसलिए हमें तुलनात्मक अध्ययन करने के लिए प्रत्यक्षगत ज्ञान या व्यवहारिक ज्ञान का अनुभव होना जरूरी है। इस समस्याओं के होते हुए भी यह अध्ययन विभिन्न ज्ञान प्रणालियों, साहित्य, संस्कृतियों के बीच अनेकता में एकता की खोजने का एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास है। अंत में हम इस निष्कर्ष पर पहुंच सकता है कि तुलनात्मक अध्ययन द्वारा ही संस्कृति आदान प्रदान कर दो देशों या अन्य देशों के बीच निकटता ला सकता है, एक दूसरे के बीच प्रेम स्थापित, अनेकता में एकता स्थापित कर सकता है। इस अध्ययन को रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर ने विश्व साहित्य की अवधारणा से जोड़ने का प्रयास किया है, जहां विभिन्नताओं के बीच मानवीय अनुभवों की अखंडता को खोजा जाता है। इससे मानव समुदाय पर ज्ञान की विस्तार हुआ है। थैंक यू एवरीवन। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Next, serial number 30, Shweta Y. Shweta Y. Okay, next serial number 31, Dr. Ruchi Lodhi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Ruchi Lodhi, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Professor
Yes,
of
sir.
Chemistry, Jaganga College of Technology, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. Yes, please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
Yes. Yes, sir. I'm sharing my slides, sir. Sir, my PPT is visible? PPT visible? Now it is visible, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Okay. Very good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Dr. Ruchi Lodhi from Gyan College of Technology, Jabalpur, and I am going to present a paper titled Eco-Friendly Technology in Agriculture. Now, firstly, what is eco-friendly technology? In simple way, we can simply describe eco-friendly technology is also called as the green technology or a clean technology. It refers to the innovations which are designed to minimize the environmental damage, reduce waste, and conserve the natural resources. We can say these technologies actually promote sustainability by using the renewable energy resources. Now, what is the need for eco-friendly technology? The question arises. So the basic needs of eco-friendly technology in agriculture is, firstly, reversing the soil degradation. As we know, by the use of harmful chemical pesticides, it has totally degraded the organic matter, useful microorganisms of the soil. So by using the eco-friendly technology like biopesticides, biocontrol agents, we are just reversing back the soil nutrients, soil useful microorganisms. Second point is water conservation and quality. Now, when we use the eco-friendly technology in agriculture, then we are minimizing the use of chemical pesticides, due to which the toxic chemicals are not moving towards the river resources or any water resources. So it is preventing the water pollution. And secondly, it is also helping in removing the scarcity of water through the water retention property. Next, other use of eco-friendly technology is health hazard management. It means when we are using the eco-friendly technology in agriculture, then the crop which is being obtained lastly, it do not contain any kind of a chemical fertilizer. So it is minimizing the disease like cancer and the other harmful diseases which are caused due to the side effects of harmful chemicals. Next, pest resistance management. It simply means by the use of biological or eco-friendly technology in agriculture, we can directly kill the pest, and those pests cannot generate the resistance toward the biopesticides, because biopesticides are using multiple modes of action of killing them. So the pest cannot identify which resistance way to develop. Now, in our presentation, I'm discussing the few eco-friendly technologies like biological pest control, biopesticides, green manure, and organic farming. First one is the biological pest control. In the simple, short way, we can simply describe biological pest control means resisting or controlling the pest by means of natural enemy, which is being made by man. So as an example, we can say in 1996, a ladybird, which is called as Cryptolamus montveri and Simus cocovera, they were introduced in the Caribbean island and Trinidad in order to prevent pink hibiscus bug, which basically killed more over 300 plant species. In this slide, you can see the other examples of biological pest control organism like ladybug, praying mantis, whitefly parasite, nematodes, etc. Now, the second eco-friendly technology for agriculture is biological pest control. Yeah, the benefits are being mentioned in these slides. In short, we can discuss is, first benefit is it is eco-friendly. Eco-friendly simply means when we are using biological pest control, it is not harming human beings, it is not harming soil and water resources. It is long-term. Long-term means when once we apply the biological pest control in the crop field, then it multiplies and grows more and more. Third, it is very cost-effective. It preserves beneficial insects. It means it acts on a specific targeted microorganism or a particular insect. It does not kill the other useful organisms which are present in the field. And third, it is a better export crop. It means the crop which is obtained at the last, it does not contain any harmful residue. Now, the second bio-friendly technology is biopesticides. Biopesticides simply means the pesticides of biological origin. These can be simple microorganism or the natural products. Now, these are classified into two types, microbial pesticides and botanical pesticides. Now, microbial pesticides. Microbial pesticides, as the name indicates, it consists of bacteria, fungus, virus. Example is Bacillus thuringiensis. It's a bacteria which is being used to control basically the caterpillars. Botanical pesticides, as the name indicates, all those pesticides which are being derived from plants, like from the plant's roots, seed, stem. These are all from the basic plants. Example is the neem. Neem is a best insecticidal property because it is containing ethanol, which shows a strong activity against insect. Second is the China berry. China berry is a strong antioxidant against the locust. We can see the picture also in the slides of neem and China berry. Now, what are the benefits of biopesticides? First is that it is safe for human beings because it is biologically based, so it is not harming human beings. Also, it is not at all harmful for soil and water also. Second, it is targeting the specific species, like the Bacillus thuringiensis. It is targeting only the caterpillars. It is not affecting the other organisms which are present. No resistance issue means the pest on which we are applying this biopesticides is not able to develop resistance towards this biopesticides because they are unable to identify the mode of action. Third is the residue-free produce. The crop which is obtained with the help of biopesticides do not contain any kind of a harmful material or harmful chemical. Last is improve the soil health. Simply aeration in soil increases and also it prevents the soil erosion property in soil. Now, the third eco-friendly technology is green manuring. In simple language, we can define green manuring is, it is a practice of growing a particular specific crop in the field and then plowing them back into the soil while they are still green. So it has been done in order to increase or improve the fertility and structure of soil. It basically increases the amount of nitrogen in soil. The best green manure crop which we can use is daincha. It's add about 30 to 60 kg nitrogen per acre when it is applied as a green manure crop. Second is sun hemp. It add about 35 to 50 kg nitrogen per acre. Third is the cowpea. It add about 25 to 35 kg nitrogen per acre. So in the next slide, we can see the diagram of all these green manuring crop which can be used. Apart from these, we can use the other one also like berseem and lucerne. But these are the three main which are being used in green manuring in India. Now moving on to the benefits of green manuring. First benefit is green manuring is adding nitrogen, which is most required by the plants. It is fixing the atmospheric nitrogen and providing it to the plant species. Second, it is improving the soil texture by improving the aeration process. It is improving the better water retention property in soil. It is suppressing the unwanted crops, that is weeds. And last is preventing the soil erosion because green manure is providing a covering on the layer of the soil, which prevents the erosion of soil. Now, the last which we are discussing eco-friendly technology is organic farming. Organic farming simply means a sustainable agricultural system which uses ecological based pest control and biological fertilizer, which is derived from the plant and animal waste. Two types of organic farmings are being classified, pure organic one and the integrated one. Pure organic farming, basically it implies or uses only organic manure and the biopesticides, whereas integrated organic farming, it involves the integrated pest management or the nutrient management. In this farming, basically we can grow the crop with the help of natural resources. There are various organic farming methods, like first one is the crop rotation. In the diagram, you can see crop rotation simply means growing different plants in a field according to the season. It is being done in order to improve the soil fertility, basically to prevent the erosion process in soil. Second organic farming property or method is composting. Composting simply means the decomposition of natural organic waste into the nutrient-rich humus to enhance the soil fertility. So in this way, it is also enhancing the soil nutrient and the soil fertility. Biofertilizer. Biofertilizer simply means the substance which consists of living organism. These are introduced in plant or seeds. When they are introduced, then they form a particular colony in the rhizosphere area and they provide nutrient to the plant. The best example of biofertilizer is azolla and the blue green algae which is being used in India. Vermicomposting. Vermicomposting simply means decomposing the organic waste or the food scrap with the help of earthworms, basically the red earthworms, to create nutrient-rich fertilizer for the soil. Biological pest control, it simply means using the other pest or the other organism to control the pest. Now moving on to the benefits of organic farming. First is the health benefit. As we all know, the product or the crops or the fruits which have been obtained from organic farming is having more nutrients and there is no harmful chemical in it. So it is very, very safe. We are also utilizing the organic farming product in more amount. Environmental benefit is it is increasing the soil health. Obviously, it is providing nitrogen and other nutrient in the soil. And because chemicals are not there, so there is no underground water pollution. And obviously, less amount of carbon footprint, which is must required, is present in organic farming. Economic benefit.
Please conclude.
It is supported by government also, and it is having the long-term stability. So in conclusion, we can say eco-friendly technology in agriculture is very, very essential for transitioning or moving towards the sustainable low carbon food production, utilizing the innovations like precision farming and biocontrol agent to enhance efficiency while minimizing the environmental harm. And it is very, very much required for today's agriculture. These are the references which I have used. Thank you very much to the organizing committee. Thank you, Pradesh sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentation and PPT. Next,
Thank
we will
you, sir.
have 32, Professor G. Mari, ma'am.
Sir. Sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Professor of Education, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Open University, Hyderabad, Telangana से है ना? Yes, please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
What happened?
शो नहीं हो रहा है मैं अभी आपका ओपन था फिर से ओपन करिएगा मैं
ठीक है मैं कर रही हूँ Sir, shall I do without PPT?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Because it has some problem, I think. I tried my level best. Okay, why I'm not getting, I don't know. Anyway.
Yes, बिना PPT के कर सकते हैं. Please start.
हाँ, ठीक है sir. Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, Adab and Namaskar. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The topic for my presentation is continuous professional development in DED elementary education and BED teacher education, possibilities and challenges, the role of training institutes. I am Professor G. Mary Sunanda, HOD, Department of Education, now currently PC Cell Coordinator, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Open University. In introduction, I have
teacher education. I mean, like, it is central to educational transformation. Means what? From class 1, teacher education takes care. In BED colleges and DLED elementary colleges, those who are taking training, they come and teach in primary school, and also they come and teach in high school. That is why it is called as central. So, continuous professional development helps teachers stay updated. Like, the current things are there, current affairs every time in what you call the competitive examinations, they are asked. Look at the 10th class textbooks. They are prepared. I mean, like, for every 5 years it is revised, but it is teacher is the one that she is going to update in the classroom as a result of professional development, continuous professional development. So dynamic classrooms, teacher education prepares them for dynamic classrooms. Kothari Education Commission said the destiny of India is now being shaped in her classroom. Okay, so dynamic classroom, dynamic, students are dynamic. Every day it is a dynamic process. Teaching and learning is a dynamic process. Professional development must adapt to technological changes. What happens in professional development? You may be thinking, like pedagogical content knowledge. Okay, they will be updating, in professional development. What comes to your mind in English methodology? If you take textbook is not the thing, but grammar book. In the first phase in professional development, the first pages are teachers are learning. Then like that, in every cycle of professional development, they will be going on learning the grammar book, dictionary. Okay, that is the professional development. Okay, so it is nothing but it is the ongoing learning throughout a teacher's career. Okay, what happens with the help of a professional, continuous professional development? They improves knowledge. Okay, so vowels, consonants, starting from there, coming to the higher ups. Okay, skills, professional attitude. Professional attitude also will be changed. Earlier, they used to think that why we should teach all these things. Only students should learn on their own. But now, as a result of continuous professional development, teachers think that we should only help them to learn all these things. Okay, it enhances teaching effectiveness. Teaching effectiveness means preparation of so many teaching aids, and then teaching in the classroom, taking the help from the children. Okay, it encourages lifelong learning. Okay, the objectives of my study are: examine importance of CPD, continuous professional development, analyze the role of training institutes, identify challenges and opportunities, explore key game changer in teacher education, to analyze the recent studies conducted in teacher education in professional development, and what are the evaluation procedures. Okay. Elementary education, secondary education school emphasizes on pedagogy, curriculum, classroom practices. So what should be in continuous professional development? What should be the content? The content should be about the study of curriculum. What is curriculum? Curriculum is nothing but it is a career to take the chariot, isn't it? That is the etymological meaning of the word career. Then classrooms and also the practice, continuous practice should be given. Then what should be the role of teacher training institutes? The teacher training institutes, what they should organize two things. One is workshops and one is refresher courses. In refresher courses, what is happening? Micro teaching is taking place. Peer group, teaching among the peer group is very, very important. Say in refresher course, 30 students are attending, means 30 students will teach 30 lessons. Then it will help them to enhance their knowledge. Provide teaching practice opportunities, promote research and innovation, develop
professional competencies, peer teaching. Then the possibilities of continuous professional development, technology-enabled training. So online learning platforms, collaborative professional communities, reflective teaching and action research. There are certain challenges in continuous professional development. They are like limited institutional resources, lack of teacher motivation, time constraints, gap between theory and classroom practice. In today also, we heard so many people talking about some dynamic things, AI, and the gap between the theory and action. And I also heard so many presentations from 101 to till 131. Okay, so I heard so many nice presentations today. In almost all of them, something is related and missing and need to be improved. Curriculum as a game changer. Upgraded curriculum integrates modern pedagogy, aligns with educational reforms, focus on competency-based learning, outcome-based learning. Okay, the recent things are outcome-based learning and competency-based learning. Innovation in teacher education, ICT integration, experiential learning, digital pedagogy, okay, portfolio-based learning, etc. Self-engagement of teachers, reflect on teaching practices, participate in professional places, professional organizations, conduct classroom research, update knowledge continuously. Assessment as transformative tool for learning. Continuous feedback identifies learning gaps, supports reflective teaching. Conceptual framework. There are 4 things that pillars I mentioned here. One is curriculum, second one is innovation, self-engagement, assessment, teacher institutes. The best criticism about in my findings, I got CPT requires essential support, innovation and self-engagement are key assessment supports reflective practices. Okay, in conclusion, what I mentioned, there is something how continuous professional development is very, very important. In my abstract, I mentioned about the study that was conducted in Rwanda. Effectiveness of continuous professional development training on upper primary mathematics and science and elementary technology teachers pedagogical content knowledge. Okay, that was a World Bank project, and in that so many things have been mentioned. Okay, so in my continuous professional development present discussion, I would like to mention about the independent variable. The independent variable is continuous professional development, the duration and level of training, type of training, etc. Okay, the dependent variables are teachers' understanding of the subject matter, ability to teach math, science and technology, teaching strategies, classroom instructional competencies, etc. In that case study, what was mentioned that it is good if what the continuous professional development strategies are taking place. It enhances what the pedagogical content knowledge among the primary school teachers. Among the male and female, there is no difference. The teachers improved a lot. As a result, they improved the interest to teach in the classroom, and also self-engagement during the professional development courses, and rejuvenate their energies, rededicate their energy to work more for the children. Okay, so in conclusion, I would like to say that CPD is essential for teacher excellence. If you want teacher to excel, see, in primary school, the results are very less. The teachers are going for the training programs. What are they doing? There should be some improvement in the results of the children in math, social, English. It is not happening. It is essential. That means the
evaluation is not being done. Okay, the teacher is learning PPT and teaching in the peer group, then why she is not teaching in the classroom? One should be allowed to teach in the classroom and see the results. That is what the thing. Training institutes must promote innovation and collaboration. Teachers must engage in lifelong learning. Okay, with these few things, I really thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. Thank you, Vijay sir. Always thanks for your support and help. And the remaining members organizing committee at the ISSMWA and SSMWA. Of course, I am also the member of SSMWA. Thank you once again for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next, serial number 33, Dr. Shruti Anand.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Shruti Anand, ma'am, Assistant Professor of Commerce, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. Yes, please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
So is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to one and all present. Myself, Dr. Shruti Anand, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, Prayagraj, UP, India. The topic for presentation today is neuromarketing, tapping into the unconscious mind of the consumers. To start with, I needed to share an experiment that was done between two brands, Pepsi and Coca-Cola. First, a set of customers were offered the drinks without telling them their brand names. So it was observed that people drank Pepsi, they liked Pepsi and they appreciated Pepsi very much. And the same set of people were offered the drinks by telling them the brand names. So in that case, it was observed that the people shifted from Pepsi towards Coca-Cola. Now the question arises that why do consumers' preference change after seeing the brand name? So the answer to it lies not in the conscious thinking, but in subconscious brain responses. What is subconscious brain? So subconscious brain or unconscious brain is referred to that part of the mind that contains thoughts, memories, feelings, desires, experiences that are outside our conscious awareness, but still influence our behavior and emotions. It is actually a hidden part of our mind that works automatically without us actively thinking about it. So whenever we are making certain decisions, it's 95% of our subconscious mind that's working and only 5% of our logical mind that is working. Okay, so moving ahead, this subconscious mind, is it possible for the traditional marketing techniques to tap into this subconscious mind? So the answer to it is no. Because traditional marketing techniques offers like questionnaire surveys. So what they do is they ask you directly, what do you feel about this? How do you like this? Whether you like this or not? What are the reasons? So whenever they are asking these questions from the customers, they are getting responses only from the conscious thoughts of the customers. So traditional marketing here fails to tap the unconscious minds. However, neuromarketing has emerged recently, and this is an intersection of marketing and neuroscience. So neuromarketing helps to tap, that means it tries to understand how brain actually responds. So it taps the unconscious brain. The objective of my study is to understand this concept of neuromarketing that is emerging in modern marketing practices. And the second objective is to study the firms who have adopted these techniques in order to influence the consumer buying behavior. My research paper is totally descriptive in nature, and the data gathered here is in the form of secondary sources. First of all, I will need to explain that what is the origin of neuromarketing. So let me just tell you, it is of recent origin. During the years 1990s, that is, this decade is also known as a decade of the brain. Why it is known as decade of the brain? Because various advances in brain scanning technologies were emerged during this period, like fMRI, EEG, and these technologies, which is known as neuroscience tools, these helps the researchers to find out the consumer behavior scientifically. So researchers have discovered that many buying decisions are influenced by emotions and unconscious brain. However, in order to go factual data, so neuromarketing was first introduced in the year 2002 by Alice Smith, who was a professor at Erasmus University, Netherlands. He defined neuromarketing as the study of brain's responses to marketing stimuli. What are the various tools that are used in neuromarketing? So neuromarketing, there are certain neuroscience tools that emerged during the 1990s and that are being used in order to tap the unconscious brain of the customers. So those tools are EEG, that is electroencephalopathy. What does this tool do? It records the electrical activity in the brain. fMRI is functional magnetic resonance imaging. So it measures the brain activity by detecting the blood flow changes. Now, eye tracking, that means it tracks the eyeballs. Wherever the customer moves the eyes or the focus attention, the company is able to track that movement and they are able to judge and capture the data. Then galvanic skin responses measures the emotional arousal through skin changes. And then the facial expression analysis, like how the customer becomes happy or delighted or sad by seeing or not seeing certain things. So these are the tools used. Now the concept of whole neuromarketing is divided into 7 steps. The first one is marketing stimuli. What is marketing stimuli? It is the inputs that are given to the human brain. For example, if we see certain advertisements, or we see certain product, or we see certain prices, or we experience certain retail store experience, or certain lightings or certain music. So all those things act as a stimuli, that is input for the consumer human brain. Now the human brain gets activated automatically, and by just seeing these things or hearing these things, it gets activated in the form of emotion. It tries, our brain tries to connect those things with the emotions, any memory, attention, and then it takes a decision. So all these things are gathered with the help of the neuroscientific tools discussed earlier, like EEG, eye tracking, fMRI, facial coding, and then these data are analyzed by the experts, and the result of these data are given to the companies. Company analyzes these, further analyzes and takes actions and makes strategies for the customers so that they are better engaged. Now, all these neuromarketing activities are beyond traditional research by revealing the hidden and subconscious factors that drive customers' decision. So it is beyond the traditional scope. What are the companies that are presently using these techniques? So it is very important, interesting fact that companies like Coca-Cola, Netflix, Amazon, Pepsi, McDonald's, TikTok, Nike, all of these are using these neuromarketing tools in some or the other form to attract the customers, to engage the customers, to encourage the sale activities. Okay, so Coca-Cola is using the emotional branding. That means whenever it shows that certain friends are enjoying the Coca-Cola. So what is basically this company is triggering? It is triggering inside the human brain some memories of friendship or happy memories, and that is just stored in our mind. And whenever we go and when we see Coca-Cola, our brain subconsciously just recalls those memory and we go for Coca-Cola. We want Coca-Cola as a drink to drink. Okay, so it is eye tracking insights. Also, eye tracking insight shows the highest attention on the logos, bottles, and emotional thing. And then sensory marketing techniques. Sensory marketing techniques means colors, music, taste, and experiences. Then Netflix also uses. We are very much in experience of all these things, techniques, because all of us must be using Netflix some or the other time. So what do you do? It uses the AI system also, emotional targeting also, attention analysis also, how many seconds we are pausing to see a trailer or any meme or any movie. That is all recorded by these organizations and it becomes the part of neuromarketing. Same goes with Amazon. PepsiCo also uses EEG and eye tracking devices. McDonald's uses sensory cues. The most important thing is uses red and yellow color, and red color in our brain, it symbolizes something urgent. Okay, red means something urgent. Okay, and yellow symbolizes happiness or optimism. Okay, so a mixture of red and yellow, it gives a very good feeling that it's urgent to eat something that is good for us. So it is color psychology, sensory marketing, visual appeal, all these things are used in McDonald's. Similarly goes for TikTok. It also uses eye tracking, EEG, facial expressions, and sentiments. Nike also uses this brain, all these neuroscience technologies, and in order to analyze the sentiments of the individuals, and then it produces goods and things that are being liked by the customers. Now, who all can use this neuro marketing? So obviously the companies and the businessmen can use, the advertising agencies can use it. It is the most beneficial tool for them to use this neuro marketing tools. And then retail stores, many good retail stores, they have placed eyeball tracking devices on their aisles, on the shelves. And whenever a customer sees a particular product, all these data are being recorded and they are being analyzed and they are sent to the company. So market researchers can also use, product designers can use this, media and entertainment companies, like I discussed with you, that Netflix and YouTube, these all are also tracking our eyeball positioning. And political organizations and social organizations, they can also create a good image by tracking these things. But is this thing all the goody things? No, it has certain limitations. So first limitation is that it involves high cost. Small companies cannot afford it because without certain tools, that is EEG, fMRI, these things cannot be recorded. So it involves high cost. Then the second major issue comes is ethical issues. Ethical issues means while they are capturing the human data, so have they taken the permission, how much data they are capturing, what are they analyzing? So all these ethical issues come into play when neuro marketing is there, but it is still in an initial stage. So it is hoped that after few time, the rules and regulations will be properly guarded, and complex interpretation of data, only neuroscientists can just see the or analyze the data. It is very difficult to
Please
analyze
conclude, ma'am. Please conclude.
Yes, it's the last slide. This is so. The next thing is, it is very time consuming and dependence on technology. This is very dependent on technology. All the data are being, if the technology is tampered, so the data will not be available, and legal and primary concerns. Okay, so in conclusion, I would like to say that neuromarketing helps business understand business emotions and behavior, but it faces limitations such as discussed above. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. Very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next serial number 34, Sanjeev Singh Bhadoria. Sanjeev Singh. Okay, next serial number 35, Amit Kumar Pandey. Amit Kumar Pandey. Okay, next serial number 36, Dr. Vidyutma Sharma. Dr. Vidyutma Sharma. Okay, next serial number 37, Anand Raj.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Anand Raj, sir. Student management, Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Katra, Jammu, sir. Please start, sir. Only 5 minutes.
Hello. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Please start, sir.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anand, and my topic of research has been Does financial strength drives ESG performance? An empirical study of Indian capital intensive industries. So nowadays, companies are not just evaluated on their financial number, but a complete picture comes, and ESG, that is environment, social, and governance, plays a very vital role in making the complete picture. And if we talk about the studies that have been made on this topic, the most of this study has been focused on the impact of ESG on financial performance, but the reverse relation has been very limited. So I have tried to capture that reverse relationship. So my hypothesis has been the return on asset uh, has statistically significant positive impact on ESG performance of firms. And second is price to earning ratio has statistically significant positive impact on ESG firms. So basically, I have used return on asset and price to earning ratio in order to capture the financial performance, and my dependent variable has been ESG score. Apart from that, I have taken leverage measured by debt to equity ratio, age and size measured by total asset as control variables. And for the complete research, I have used panel data, and the data has been taken for a period of 2021-2022 financial year to 2024-25. That is a period of 4 years, and included 222 company and a total of 888 firm year observation. The data, ESG data, I have used RISSMS for that, and all financial performance data has been taken from CMIE database. So for my analysis, first I have done descriptive analysis, followed by correlation, then OLS regression. After that, Hausman test in order to check whether FE model or RE model fits more, then quantile regression. So these are my results. First, descriptive analysis, ESG, and also I have taken log of all the variables in order to make the data more appropriate. So ESG data shows comparatively less standard deviation, less variability, whereas ROA and financial performance data shows slightly a higher variation. If we look at the correlation table, the highest correlation comes out to be 0.35, which is below the standard of 0.7. And hence we can conclude that there is absence of multicollinearity in our data. And these are data of OLS model and FE model. In OLS model says that financial performance indicator, that is ROA and PE, are significant and positive. Size and age also remains positive. Size is size and age remains significant. Size is affecting positively, whereas age is affecting negatively, and leverage remains insignificant. The Hausman test gives a value of 0.0014, which further says that FE model is more appropriate. And the similar kind of observation or similar kind of result is also given by FE model, which was earlier given by OLS model. Then then quantile regression. We can see the difference in the impact made by ROA, P, and different variables among different quantile. For example, ROA and PE are the relationship gets even more stronger in the higher quantile, that is 0.75. So finally, in OLS model, concluding ROA financial performance indicator, that is ROA and PE, and size remains positive and significant. Age also remains significant but negative, and debt to equity, that is leverage, remains insignificant. The same is also replicated in FE model, and based on the FE model, we finally accept our hypothesis and conclude that the financial performance has a positive impact on ESG. Further, if you look at the quantile regression, we further found that uh, the impact of ROA and P, that is financial indicator, is the strongest among 0.75 quantile, and firm size has a positive and impact across all quantile. But there is some interesting insights that come out to be. First is the leverage. So the capital structure of any firm doesn't impact whether he's doing good or bad in ESG performance. Also, second is firm age is significant at lower quantile but becomes negatively insignificant at lower quantile but becomes negatively significant at further higher quantiles. So finally, results indicate that financial stronger firms tend to exhibit better ESG performance, especially at the higher ESG levels. Uh, so I have already covered this conclusion part and limitation and the future scope of my study. So basically, in my study, I have taken only capital intensive industries. So maybe the result that cannot be generalized to other industry as well. Second, I have used the secondary data source, especially for ESG data. So it may vary according to methodology. And apart from that, I have used financial performance measured by ROA and P. So I will suggest that if for further studies, maybe RE can be return to equity can be used in order to capture the financial thing in a more better way. And lastly, I have used data for 4 years. So maybe a data set of even higher years, maybe 10 years, 15 years, can give a better picture of the whole study. So concluding, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Very nice presentation. Good PPT. Next, year number 38, Dr. Sindhuruppa Kanappan.
Yes, present, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Assistant Professor, Institute of Management, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Yes, please
Correct,
start
sir.
with the 5 minutes.
Sure, sir, sure. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Sindhura Kannappan from Miyasi Institute of Management. My research article title is Psychological and Social Determinants of Female Entrepreneurial Intentions, an empirical analysis of personality traits, attitude, self-esteem, self-efficacy, and social perception. The pursuit of entrepreneurship is increasingly recognized as a vital pathway for economic empowerment and innovation. Yet, the journey for women is often shaped by a complex interplay of internal psychological states and various external social pressures. While foundations like openness to experience and emotional stability, though it serves as a raw material, they don't operate in a vacuum. Instead, these are frequently filtered through gender-specific socializations and self-perception biases, where women may objectively possess high-performing capabilities but subjectively undervalue them. Certain literature suggests that transition from possessing potential to taking action is driven by a sequential flow of various psychological constructs. At the heart of this is entrepreneurial self-efficacy, the psychological engine that converts women's attitude and personality into a tangible intent. Next comes the social perception, how she interprets the social approval and desirability of entrepreneurship. This acts as a social mirror that can either reflect a part of feasibility or a wall of bias. Despite the theoretical importance, the empirical data often reveals a disconnect. Initial findings show that women may exhibit high level of self-esteem and self-efficacy, but still their entrepreneurial intention remains low due to the lack of connection with social cues or environmental awareness. So these are the articles which I have reviewed. Personality as a foundational driver. Using Big Five model, Abad et al. Demonstrates the traits such as openness to experience and emotional stabilities are significant predictors of how women perceive market opportunities. However, research by Zieser et al. 2019 suggests that personality traits do not act in isolation. Their influence is often filtered through gender-specific socialization. The role of entrepreneurial attitude. Attitude defined as the degree to which an individual holds a favorable or unfavorable appraisal of being an entrepreneur is a primary determinant of intent. Jalil et al. 2023 find that a positive attitude acts as a powerful mediator between a woman's social resources and a career choices. According to Devi et al. 2019, a woman's attitude is shaped by her desirability for independence and financial autonomy. Mayor Hamilton further argued that this attitude is not fixed. It can be significantly enhanced through formal business training and exposure to successful female role models. Self-efficacy as a mediating mechanism. Entrepreneurial self-efficacy is a woman's belief in her ability to successfully perform various entrepreneurial tasks, and it's perhaps the most critical variable. It serves as a psychological engine that converts personality and attitude into action. Valdez Juarez et al. 2024 note that even when women possess the right personality, a lack of self-efficacy can prevent them from acting on opportunities. Hasan Ahmed and Hossein Zadeh 2026 highlight that self-efficacy is deeply tied to self-esteem, and participation in dedicated leadership program has been shown to transform self-confidence and increase this entrepreneurial self-efficacy, as per Herbs et al. 2024. Synthesizing the path to entrepreneurial intention. Lifang et al. Emphasize that this path is most effective when self-leadership is present, allowing women to navigate various structural barriers and social bias. The internal foundation of personality and self-esteem. Personality traits such as openness and conscientiousness provide the raw material for entrepreneurship, but self-esteem acts as a filter. While self-efficacy is task-specific, Hassan Ahmadi and Hossein Zadeh 2026 identified self-esteem as a broader sense of self-worth that mediates the relationship between mental health and business capability. High self-esteem allows women to bounce back from the imposter syndrome, which is often triggered by male-dominated industry, and trait interaction. Abad Villarvede 2026 suggests that personality traits are often obscured by self-perception bias. The social mirror. Social perception and attitude. A woman's attitude towards entrepreneurship is influenced heavily by social perception, societal approval. Agadvita 2021 argued that how society views female business owners and their attitudes impact on entrepreneurial intention and perceived desirability. When social perceptions are positive, entrepreneurship is viewed as desirable and feasible career path. Finding the voice. Self-confidence is often described as the courage to participate and to lead. Self-efficacy is more granular belief in one's ability to manage marketing and finance, and other operations. This is the research methodology and objective of the study. The research used a quantitative cross-sectional research design to investigate the psychological and social determinants. Data is collected through structured survey instruments like Big Five personality inventory, general self-efficacy scale, entrepreneurial intention scale, etc. So the analysis done are descriptive statistics to study the sample's profile, and multiple regression analysis this is conducted to determine the predictive strength of personality, attitude, self-esteem, and social perception. And the dependent variable is entrepreneurial intention. So let's see the research objective of the study: to determine the psychological and social determinants of female entrepreneurial intentions and its effect on personality traits, attitude, self-esteem, self-efficacy, and social perception. So this is the data analysis and interpretation. The descriptive statistics reveal a group characterized by high level of self-belief but low intentions. The participant exhibit a very strong self-esteem, 5.2460, and self-efficacy 3.99, suggesting they are confident in their personal worth and their ability to execute a task effectively. However, this internal confidence does not translate into desire for business ownership, because entrepreneurial intention is only 2.7381, which is below the midpoint. The most striking result is low social perception, 1.4841, indicating that the group may feel disconnected because of certain social cues and environmental awareness. Now let's see the result of the regression. The results indicate that it is statistically significant, 0.009, establishing that the combined predictors have a meaning on the dependent variable, which is entrepreneurial intention. R-square value is 0.578, which is 57.8%. There is a moderately positive strong correlation, whereas the adjusted R-square is 0.242, which is 24.2%. And F statistics is 3.61 and confirms that the model is robust. Durbin-Watson is 1.820, which ensures that there is no outer correlation between the variables. The ANOVA indicates that regression model is statistically significant. Thus, the effect of self-esteem, self-efficacy, social perception, attitude, and personality traits, they significantly predict the entrepreneurial intention. Now, let's see the coefficient table. The individual coefficients reveal that social perception and self-efficacy are the only significant drivers of entrepreneurial intention within the model. Social perception emerged as the most influential factor with a beta value of 0.495, and it is significant, followed by self-efficacy 0.392, indicating higher awareness of social environment and greater belief in one's own competency. Conversely, personality traits, attitude, and self-esteem fail to reach a statistical significance, suggesting that while they may correlate with the outcome, they do not offer a unique predictive power when social perception and self-efficacy are taken into account. So, the findings of the study provide a nuanced look into
Please conclude.
Yes, sure, sir. It provides a nuanced look into the psychological engine that drives the female entrepreneurial intention. social perception is a primary driver with the highest beta coefficient. So how women interpret the social approval and the desirability of entrepreneurship, all these are the most influential factor. Self-efficacy is also the catalyst and it is the secondary driver. However, the personality and self-esteem are non-significant. The study concludes that social perception and entrepreneurial self-efficacy are the definitive catalyst for female entrepreneurial intention, while personality traits and self-esteem provide the psychological raw material, but a regression analysis doesn't prove them to be a catalyst, at least for this group. For some other group, it may be a catalyst. So the data reveal a significant disconnect. Women often possess a high internal confidence and self-worth, yet their actual intention to start the business remains low because of lack of social perception or social mirror that reflects their desirability and feasibility. Ultimately, the transition from possessing potential to taking action is a sequential flow where personality and attitude must be supported by a belief in specific skills, and it provides a positive reading of the social environment. This is to convert it into a tangible intent. I thank the conference organizers for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes. Very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, serial number 39, Reena Singh. Reena Singh. Okay, next serial number 40, Dr. Krishnenu Sotto.
Krishan Shetuppo, sir. Yes, sir. Present, sir.
Yes, Assistant Professor of Economics.
जी सर.
SPM College, Gujarat, छत्तीसगढ़ से हैं मैम. Please start मैम, only 5 minutes.
जी सर. मैं डॉक्टर कृष्ण शेटुप्पू, सहायक प्राध्यापक अर्थशास्त्र, शासकीय श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी महाविद्यालय सीतापुर, सरगुजा, छत्तीसगढ़, इंडिया. गूगल मीट के सेमिनार पर उपस्थित आप सभी विद्वत जनों का मेरा नमस्कार. आज के इस सेमिनार में प्रस्तुतिकरण का मेरा टॉपिक है वैश्वीकरण का भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था पर प्रभाव. चूंकि मैं अपना पेपर हिंदी में प्रस्तुत कर रही हूं और मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सभी को हिंदी समझ में आती होगी, मैं शुरू करूं कि वैश्वीकरण का अर्थ है व्यापार की राह से विश्व का एक राह पर जुड़ना और धीरे धीरे वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था आर्थिक ही नहीं बल्कि सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक रूप से भी जुड़ते चले जाते हैं. तो चलिए हम जानते हैं इस वैश्वीकरण का भारत में किस प्रकार का प्रवेश होता है. स्वतंत्र भारत ने मिश्रित आर्थिक प्रणाली को अपनाई थी और इस मिश्रित आर्थिक प्रणाली में भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था में दो तरह की व्यवस्थाएं थी. एक विशेषकर औद्योगिक क्षेत्र में सार्वजनिक उपक्रम थे और दूसरी निजी उपक्रम थे. दोनों ही क्षेत्र अपने अपने आर्थिक क्षेत्र में स्वतंत्र थे और स्वतंत्र होकर अपने कामों को संपन्न कर रहे थे. भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था में इन सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र का सबसे बड़ा रोल था. भारी भरकम उद्योगों की स्थापना करना और आधारभूत क्षेत्र का निर्माण करना सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र का दायित्व था और देश में जो छोटे और लघु उद्योग थे उनको सरकार का संरक्षण प्राप्त हुआ था. विदेशी कंपनी, विदेशी पूंजी, विदेशी विनियोग पर प्रतिबंध थे. नए उद्योग खुलने के लिए उनकी स्थापना के लिए लाइसेंस की अनिवार्यता थी. आयात निर्यात के लिए अर्थव्यवस्था बंद थी. आयात और निर्यात में मात्रात्मक प्रतिबंध लगा दिए गए थे. लगभग 40-45 वर्षों तक इस प्रकार की सिस्टम में देश चलता रहा. 80-85 के लगभग में पूरे विश्व में वैश्वीकरण का मंत्र चल रहा. भारत 90 थी, भारत को वैश्वीकरण में शामिल होना पड़ा नहीं, क्योंकि हमारी बंद अर्थव्यवस्था थी और अधिकांश क्षेत्र में प्रतिबंध थे। इसीलिए वैश्वीकरण में प्रवेश के पूर्व भारत को अपनी राजकोषीय नीति, मौद्रिक नीति, व्यापारिक नीति, इनमें सुधार और बदलाव करने की आवश्यकता हुई। तो पूरे 40 वर्षों के बाद इस प्रकार की व्यवस्थाएं चलते चलते ऐसे कुछ क्या हुआ कि भारत को वैश्वीकरण में शामिल होना पड़ा। तो इसके कई कारण हैं, जैसे सार्वजनिक उपक्रमों का खस्ता हाल हो गया था। आर्थिक विकास में इन सार्वजनिक उपक्रमों का जो योगदान था बहुत कम था। अनेक उद्योग घाटे में चल रहे थे और इनकी वित्तीय स्थिति खराब हो चुकी थी। देश का 1951 से 91 तक की विकास की औसत दर लगभग 3.7 पर पहुंच गई थी। अर्थव्यवस्था में अनेक समस्याएं थी। गरीबी, बेरोजगारी अपना जटिल और भयावह रूप धारण करता जा रहा था। विदेशी मुद्रा का संकट था देश के पास। 90 में तो विदेशी मुद्रा की स्थिति इतनी दयनीय हो गई थी कि विदेशी भुगतानों के लिए सरकार को देश का सोना भी गिरवी रखना पड़ा था। भारतीय उद्यमों में प्रतियोगिता क्षमता विकसित करनी थी। 50 साल तक छोटे उद्योगों को संरक्षण देने के बाद वे प्रतियोगी के योग्य नहीं बन पा रहे थे। इसी तरह सरकार का कर्ज भार, ऋण भार बढ़ता जा रहा था। अंतरराष्ट्रीय वित्तीय संस्थानों, विदेशी सरकारों से भारत ने बड़ी मात्रा में ऋण प्राप्त किए थे और भारत ऋण के जाल में फंसता चला जा रहा था। देश में अधोसंरचना और औद्योगिकरण में गति लाना था, ये भी बड़ा उद्देश्य था। अतः सरकार को 1991 में एक नई सुधारवादी नीति के रूप में वैश्वीकरण को अपनाना पड़ा या सम्मिलित होना पड़ा। इस वैश्वीकरण में चूंकि अनेक प्रतिबंध थे, इसे उदार किया गया, इसीलिए उदारीकरण आया और इसी उदारीकरण के बहाने देश में निजीकरण का प्रवेश हुआ और इस प्रकार देश ने वैश्वीकरण की नीति को अपनाई और जिससे देश की आर्थिक संरचना में महत्वपूर्ण परिवर्तन हुए। वैश्वीकरण का देश में सकारात्मक भी प्रभाव हो रहे हैं और नकारात्मक प्रभाव भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सकारात्मक रूप से देश में जो विदेशी निवेश से उद्योगों का विस्तार हुआ है, इससे रोजगार के नए अवसर उपलब्ध हुए हैं। संचार और सेवा क्षेत्र का विस्तार होता जा रहा है, निर्यात में वृद्धि हो रही है और भारतीय कंपनियों को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजारों तक पहुंच मिल रही है। देश के उपभोक्ताओं को गुणवत्तापूर्ण वस्तुएं और सेवाएं उपलब्ध हो रही हैं। परंतु यही नहीं, देश को कुछ नकारात्मक प्रभाव भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं या नकारात्मक प्रभाव का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। और ये जो नकारात्मक प्रभाव है, ये नकारात्मक प्रभाव यहाँ हमें बताती है कि आर्थिक सुधार कार्यक्रमों के भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था पर जो प्रभाव है, इससे उपनिवेशवाद का शोषण प्रारंभ हो गया है। बहुराष्ट्रीय कंपनियां देश में आती जा रही हैं और देश के छोटे उद्योगों को बंद करती जा रही हैं, रोजगार छीनती जा रही है और हमारा कृषि क्षेत्र सीमित होता जा रहा है। तो आगे हम इसमें और जानेंगे कि आर्थिक संपन्नता तो आई है देश में, परंतु भारतीय समाज में सांस्कृतिक मूल्यों का निरंतर ह्रास होता जा रहा है। उपभोक्ता संप्रभुता एक दिखावा मात्र रह गया है। उपभोक्ता प्रदर्शन प्रभाव का शिकार होकर उपभोक्तावादी संस्कृति की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इससे देश में बचत और पूंजी निर्माण में अवरोध उत्पन्न हो रहा है। आर्थिक सुधारों में प्रमुखतः औद्योगिक क्षेत्र पर ही ध्यान दिया गया, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप कृषि की विकास दर निरंतर नीची बनी हुई है। देश में खाद्यान्न जैसे दाल और तेल आदि का आयात करना पड़ रहा है। आय की विषमताएं बढ़ती जा रही हैं क्योंकि बहुराष्ट्रीय कंपनी देश के बड़े शहरों में ही केंद्रित हो गए हैं। इससे कुछ ही लोगों को रोजगार के अवसर उपलब्ध हो रहे हैं और भारत की अधिकांश जनसंख्या जो गांवों में रहती है, इन लाभों से वंचित हो रही है, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप देश में आय की असमानताएं बढ़ रही हैं। औद्योगिकरण के कारण संसाधनों का अति दोहन बढ़ा है, शहरीकरण की समस्या आ रही है, प्रदूषण हो रहा है, जलवायु परिवर्तन हो रहा है, अनेकों चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। वास्तव में आर्थिक सुधार कार्यक्रमों में कोई दोष नहीं है, वरन उनके क्रियान्वयन में दोष हैं। आर्थिक सुधार कार्यक्रमों को अपनाना एक समय अनुकूल निर्णय था, परंतु उसके लिए जिस प्रकार अर्थव्यवस्था को तैयार करना आवश्यक था, उस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। विदेशी प्रतिस्पर्धा से पूर्व देश की मौद्रिक, राजकोषीय, श्रम नीति, औद्योगिक नीति, व्यापार नीति में आवश्यक सुधार किए जाने थे, जिनकी की उपेक्षा की गई। कड़ाई रूप से इसमें सुधार होने की आवश्यकता थी। परिणाम स्वरूप आर्थिक सुधार के दुष्परिणाम देखने को मिले, जिसे अभी आप सबों ने सुना। जिस बुनियादी संरचनाओं के विकास में पूंजी आमंत्रित करनी सर्वप्रथम आवश्यक थी, वहां उसे आमंत्रित न करके उपभोक्ता वस्तुओं में अनुमति दे दी गई। अतः कहा जा सकता है कि वैश्वीकरण का देश में सकारात्मक एवं नकारात्मक दोनों ही प्रभाव पड़े हैं। समाधान के रूप में मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि वैश्वीकरण भारत के लिए अवसर और चुनौतियां दोनों हैं। निश्चित ही इससे तकनीकी विकास और तीव्र आर्थिक विकास हुआ है, लेकिन इसके असमान प्रभाव ने लघु उद्योगों को नुकसान पहुंचाया है। निष्कर्षतः संवर्धित विकास के लिए वैश्वीकरण आवश्यक है, लेकिन इसके नकारात्मक प्रभावों को कम करने के लिए सरकार को छोटे उद्योगों के लिए एवं श्रमिकों के लिए सुरक्षात्मक नीतियां अपनाना, समावेशी विकास सुनिश्चित करनी होगी। धन्यवाद, आप सभी ने मुझे सुना। धन्यवाद सर। हेलो, थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Very nice presentation.
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
If any want to presentation, reference number 101 से 140.
यस सर, गुड इवनिंग
आप
सर।
में से 1 नंबर से 40 तक का किसी का आज प्रेजेंटेशन होगा, तो वो प्रेजेंटेशन तो अपना प्रेजेंटेशन कर सकते हैं।
गुड इवनिंग
Your
सर।
serial number, ma'am?
यस सर, यस सर, सॉरी सर। गुड इवनिंग chairperson and respected today's session professors, seniors and students, research scholars and all research committee. Thank you for giving me today opportunity for represent my paper. So my topic is role of women in economic development. So first of all, the objective of the study. The present study aims to examine the multifaceted role of women in the process of economic development and to analyze the factors influencing their participation in economic activities. First objective is to analyze the role of women in economic development by examining their contribution across various sectors including agriculture, industry and service and other impact on overall economic growth. And second objective is to examine trends in female labor force participation while a force on changes over time, sectoral contribution and the factor influencing women interrelations and mobility in the workforce. And third objective is to assess the impact on education and financial inclusion on women's economic empowerment, partially in terms of improving employment opportunities, income level and decision-making capacity. And fourth objective is to identify the key challenges faced by women in the economic participation such as gender discrimination, wage inequality, lack of access to resources, social norms and institutional barriers. And fifth objective is to suggest appropriate policy measures and strategies aimed at enhancing women's economic role, including initiatives related to skill development, access to credit, entrepreneurship promotion, and gender-sensitive policy framework. My research methodology is on secondary data and policy research paper. Female labor participation rate in percentage compared to 2010 in India 26 26% approx, and 2023 27%, and world in average to world 51.2% in 2010, and comparatively to 2023 48.5%. And female literacy rate in India is growing nowadays approx after COVID 70 to 80%, but in 2000 53.7% only. Challenges faced by women: first, gender wage gap, limited access to education in rural area, and third, social and cultural restriction, fourth, lack of leadership opportunity, fifth, unpaid care work burden, and impact on economic development. The participation on women in economic activities has profound and measurable impact on all over economic development. Imperial studies constantly indicate that increasing female labor force participation not only enhance productivity but also accelerate economic growth and promotes inclusive development. And last conclusion is women participation in economic development is very essential for sustainable and inclusive growth. Despite significant progress, gender disparity persists, particularly in developing countries due to social, economic, and institutional barriers. Increasing women participation in the workforce can boost economic growth, reduce poverty, and improve all of our development outcomes. However, issues such as wage inequality, limited access to education, and financial and unpaid care responsibilities continue to restrict their full potential. Therefore, targeted policies, gender sensitive reforms, and inclusive strategies are necessary to enhance women's economic contribution. Women Empowering women not only benefits individuals but also strengthens families, communities, and all our economy. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I am audible, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Nice presentation. If anyone presentation, reference number 1016 140 today paper presentation. आप में से किसी का प्रेजेंटेशन कोई रह गया है तो अपना प्रेजेंटेशन कर सकते हैं रेफरेंस नंबर 101 से 140 तक। इस पर हम इस सेशन को फिर यहीं पे समापन करेंगे। Okay, thank you very much all participants joined this 2 days international conference। आप सभी जुड़े इसमें, उसके लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद एवं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। अच्छे पेपर्स आए थे हमारे पास, जिनमें से अच्छे बहुत से लोगों ने प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है। आज कल भी हमारा पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन रहेगा। कल भी हमारा सेशन 2 सत्रों में रहेगा 12 बजे से। फर्स्ट सेशन गेस्ट लेक्चर और सेकेंड सत्र पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन रहेगा। जो कल 41 से जो रहेंगे तो कल हम सभी वो अपना प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे। तो आज का जो हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन था 40 तक था, उनमें से बहुत से लोगों ने किया है, कुछ लोगों ने नहीं किया है, तो उनको हम लास्ट में कल ओपन सत्र में देंगे चांस कि आप सभी जुड़े इस 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी में ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन, सेल इंटरनेशनल and Aero Research Consultancy Limited, Auckland, New Zealand, and Open University of Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Development, New Zealand, and Global Forum for Peace and Development के द्वारा ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया था यह संगोष्ठी, जिसमें आज हमारे इंटरनेशनल स्पीकर्स ने अपना लेक्चर दिया है। बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन था सभी वक्ताओं का, और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन भी दिया है। जो हमारे आज के जो 3 बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं वो कल हम लास्ट में दोनों दिन का अनाउंस करेंगे। जो आज का भी जो हमारा बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन था, फर्स्ट, सेकेंड एंड थर्ड, जो कल हम समापन वैलिडिटी सेशन में करेंगे। आज का जो हमारा 3 बेस्ट नेम थे, कल भी हमारे 3 बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशंस रहेंगे, तो फर्स्ट, सेकेंड, थर्ड रहेगा। तो कल का भी हम लास्ट में अनाउंस करेंगे। आप में से अगर किसी का लिस्ट में नाम नहीं है तो अभी हम 6-7 बजे तक न्यू लिस्ट भेजने वाले हैं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप एंड मेल पर, उसमें आपका नाम आ जाएगा। अगर आप में से किसी ने भेजा नहीं है अपना डिटेल, तो बेसिक डिटेल्स आप हमारे मेल पे भेज सकते हैं, जिससे आप कल पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन कर सकते हैं। ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच। एंड दिस सेशन जैसा समाप्त हो गया, आप सभी लेफ्ट हो सकते हैं। कल आप पुनः 12 बजे हमसे जुड़े। प्लीज ज्वाइन टुमारो सेम टाइम। एंड दिस सेशन। ऑनलाइन अटेंडेंस फॉर्म मैसेज चैट बॉक्स में शेयर किया गया है, प्लीज फिल ऑनलाइन अटेंडेंस फॉर्म।